You're lying here tonight because something feels heavy. Not your body, though your body is tired. Not your responsibilities, though they're real. What feels heavy is the sensation that everything is waiting for you, that the world expects you to hold it all together, that if you let go, even for these few hours of sleep, something will fall apart. But tonight, I want to tell you something that might finally let you rest. Everything can wait. Not because nothing matters, but because waiting is how life actually works. Waiting is not the opposite of living. It's part of living. It's built into the structure of existence itself. You've been taught that waiting is dangerous, that delay means failure, that if you're not constantly responding, constantly managing, constantly keeping everything moving forward, you're falling behind. But that's not how nature works. That's not how time works. That's not how anything real works. Trees wait through winter. Seeds wait in darkness. The ocean waits for the moon to pull the tides. All of life knows how to wait. Only humans forgot. Only humans started believing that everything must happen now, that every moment requires action, that rest is the same as surrender. So lie still now. Let your breathing slow, and let these truths gently show you what the natural world has always known, that waiting is safe, that pausing is powerful, that tonight, while you sleep, everything can wait for you, and nothing will be lost. Before we begin, if these quiet journeys help you find peace, remember to like and subscribe so they can find you again when you need them. Think about your hands right now. Feel them resting on the bed, on your chest, wherever they've settled. Notice how they're not gripping anything, not holding, not carrying, just resting. Open, empty, and it feels natural, doesn't it? Because hands were never designed to hold things constantly. Your hands know something your mind has forgotten. That holding is temporary, that carrying has a natural endpoint, that everything you pick up, you eventually put down. Not because you're weak, not because you're irresponsible, but because that's how hands work. They hold when holding is needed. They release when it's not. But somehow you've been trying to hold things that hands can't hold. Responsibilities, worries, other people's needs, your own expectations, the pressure of everything that might go wrong tomorrow. You've been gripping these invisible weights with invisible hands, and those hands never rest, never open, never release. Your mind has been clenched like a fist for so long, you've forgotten what open feels like. Every thought is something to grasp. Every concern is something to grip tighter. Every possibility of failure is something to hold on to, as if holding it will prevent it from happening. But mental hands get just as tired as physical hands, and tired hands start to shake, start to ache, start to drop things anyway. Look at your physical hands again. See how peaceful they are when they're not holding anything. That's what your mind could feel like. That's what it's supposed to feel like during these hours. Not gripping, not carrying, just resting, just being hands that happen to be empty right now. Nothing in your life was designed to be carried 24 hours a day. Not your work, not your relationships, not your health concerns, not your financial worries, not your plans for the future. All of these things have their time, their moment when attention is needed, when action is required, when carrying them makes sense. But this is not that time. Night exists for a reason. Darkness comes for a purpose, and that purpose is release. The natural world shows you this every single day. Birds stop flying, animals stop hunting. Even the most vigilant creatures find a place to rest and stop their vigilance for a few hours. The sun itself stops working, stops shining on your part of the world, takes its light somewhere else for a while. If the sun can stop, if the thing that makes all life possible can pause its essential work, then surely you can pause yours. Surely your responsibilities can rest. Surely what you're carrying can be set down. Think about a bridge. Bridges carry tremendous weight all day. Cars, trucks, the heavy machinery of human life moving back and forth constantly. But the bridge doesn't carry that weight at night. The traffic stops. The bridge holds only itself, just its own structure, resting in its own strength without the burden of everything crossing it. You are that bridge right now. The traffic has stopped. Nothing is crossing you at this moment. No one is asking you to carry them from one side to the other. You're just structure, just yourself, just a being that can rest in its own strength without any burden at all. You might feel guilty about this, about not carrying everything every moment, as if the only proof of your care is constant carrying, as if love means never putting down the weight of other people's needs, as if responsibility means gripping so tight your hands cramp and your arms shake and your whole body aches from holding. But that's not care. That's not love. That's not responsibility. That's just exhaustion pretending to be virtue. Real care knows when to hold and when to release. Real love understands that you can't pour from an empty cup. Real responsibility includes being responsible to yourself, to your own need for rest, to your own human limitation that requires periodic release. Nothing was meant to be carried 24 hours a day, not by you, not by anyone. The universe itself cycles between action and rest, between expansion and contraction, between holding and releasing. You're not separate from that cycle. You're part of it. And right now, you're in the releasing part, the resting part, the not carrying part. So let your hands stay open. Let your mind follow their example. Let everything you've been gripping just rest outside your hold for these hours. It will still be there tomorrow, still waiting if it needs attention, still real, still part of your life. But tonight, it can exist without you holding it. Tonight, you can exist without carrying it. Tonight, nothing needs to be held. Everything can just be. And so can you. Look at the darkness around you. Really see it. This darkness is not an accident. It's not a mistake. It's not just the absence of light. Darkness is nature's most fundamental signal. The oldest message the universe has been sending to living things since life began. Stop. Rest. Pause. Before humans invented electric lights, before cities turned night into artificial day, darkness meant something absolute. It meant you couldn't see predators, so you found shelter. It meant you couldn't see your work, so you stopped working. It meant the day's activities were impossible, so you rested. Darkness was permission, a command, even from the universe itself. time to stop. Your body still carries this ancient wisdom, deep in your cells, in the oldest parts of your brain, the parts you share with every creature that has ever lived. There's a knowledge about darkness. When light disappears, something releases. Something that's been tense all day softens. Something that's been active all day quiets. Your body knows what darkness means, even if your mind has forgotten. Think about plants. They don't resist nighttime. They don't have tiny plant thoughts about all the photosynthesis they're missing. They don't feel guilty about not producing oxygen in the dark. They just stop. They wait. They exist in a different state, a resting state. And in the morning, they start again, fresh, renewed, ready for another day of growth because they allowed the pause that night provides. Animals are the same. Watch a bird at dusk. It doesn't keep flying until it drops from exhaustion. It finds a branch. It tucks its head. It stops completely, without anxiety about tomorrow's flight, without planning the next day's search for food. It trusts the pause, trusts that stopping now will make starting tomorrow possible. Only humans fight the darkness. Only humans invented ways to pretend night doesn't exist, to push through it, to work during it, to treat it like an inconvenience rather than a gift. And look at the cost. Exhaustion that never ends, stress that never releases, a constant state of activity that wears down body and mind until both are too tired to function well even during the day. You can't fight nature forever. You can try. You can use caffeine and artificial light and sheer willpower to stay active through the hours meant for rest. But eventually, your body will demand what night is offering. Rest, release, pause. The chance to stop being productive and just be alive. Night is not stealing time from your day. Night is giving time to your body. Time to repair cells. Time to process emotions. Time to sort through the day's experiences and file them into memory. Time to restore the chemicals in your brain that make thinking and feeling and functioning possible. This isn't wasted time. This is maintenance time, essential time, the time that makes all your daytime hours possible. Imagine a car that never stopped running, that stayed in drive 24 hours a day, engine always going, wheels always turning, never pausing for maintenance or refueling. How long would it last? Not long. It would break down, wear out, become useless far sooner than a car that gets regular rest and care. You are more complex than any car, more precious, more deserving of maintenance, and night is your maintenance time. The hours when you're supposed to stop running, when your engine gets to idle, when all your systems get the break they need to keep functioning. So this darkness around you, it's not your enemy. It's not time lost. It's nature's clearest message. The universe literally removing light to tell you, show you, force you if necessary, to pause, to stop, to rest. This is the signal every living thing responds to. The oldest rhythm of life, day for action, night for rest, light for doing, dark for being. You're allowed to obey this signal. You're allowed to let darkness do what it's meant to do, to end your day, to pause your efforts, to give you permission to stop without guilt. Night exists, so life can pause, so your life can pause, so you can pause. Right now, right here, responding to the most ancient signal the universe knows how to send. The darkness says, "Stop." So, stop. Let it be that simple. Let the darkness give you what it's always given every living thing: permission to rest, command to pause, the sacred space between days where nothing is required except existence itself. Feel the weight of it, the belief that sits so heavy on your chest, that you're the load-bearing wall, that if you relax, if you rest, if you stop monitoring and managing and maintaining, everything will collapse. Your family will fall apart. Your work will fail. Your responsibilities will cascade into chaos. You are the linchpin, and the whole machine depends on you staying in place, staying alert, staying active. But here's what you need to understand tonight. That's not true. It's never been true. You've been holding yourself in place through sheer force of will, believing you're essential, believing you're the only thing standing between order and chaos. But the world was holding itself together long before you got here. And it will keep holding itself together after you're gone. Look at your body right now. Your heart is beating without your attention. Your lungs are breathing without your conscious command. Your cells are dying and being born. Your blood is circulating. Your immune system is fighting microscopic battles. Your digestive system is processing. Your brain is maintaining your temperature and balance, and 1,000 other functions. All of this happens without you thinking about it, without you managing it, without you holding it together. Your body knows how to maintain itself. It's been doing it since you were born. You don't have to hold your body together. It holds itself together. And when you sleep, when your conscious mind completely lets go, your body doesn't fall apart. It keeps working, keeps maintaining, keeps being a body. Without you. Now expand that outward. Your family, the people you love, they're not held together by your constant vigilance. They're whole people, complete unto themselves. They have their own bodies that maintain themselves, their own minds that think, their own lives that continue, whether you're monitoring them or not. Your attention doesn't keep them alive. Your worry doesn't protect them. Your constant checking doesn't prevent their problems. They exist independently of your management, just like you exist independently of theirs. You're not their life support system. You're a person who loves them. And love doesn't mean becoming responsible for holding another person's existence together. That's not love. That's anxiety wearing love's mask. Real love trusts people to hold themselves together, offers help when asked, gives support when needed, but doesn't confuse caring with carrying. Your work is the same. Whatever you do, whoever depends on your work, they're not depending on you alone. There are systems, structures, other people with skills and intelligence and capability. If you disappeared tomorrow, your work would continue. Not because you weren't important, but because organizations are designed to be bigger than any individual. Your contribution matters. But it's not the sole force holding everything in place. Think about all the days you've been sick, all the times you've taken vacation, all the moments you've been unavailable. Did everything fall apart? Did the world end? Did chaos consume all structure? No. Things continued, maybe differently than if you'd been there, maybe with some adjustments. But life didn't stop. Work didn't cease. People didn't collapse. The world turned without you for a while, and it will turn without you tonight. You are important. Your efforts matter. Your care makes a difference. But you're not the atlas holding up the sky. You're a human being, doing your part in a vast network of human beings, all doing their parts. And when you rest, when you pause, when you sleep, your part waits for you. The network adjusts. Life continues. Nothing collapses. This belief that you're essential to everything holding together, it's exhausting you. It's keeping you vigilant when vigilance isn't needed. It's making you grip when you could be resting. It's creating a false responsibility that no human being was ever meant to carry. The truth is simpler and more freeing. You're one person, one beautiful, limited, finite human person. You can do your part. You can show up. You can contribute. But you cannot, and were never meant to hold everything together. That's not your job. That's not anyone's job. Life holds itself together through countless forces, countless people, countless systems all working simultaneously. Right now, while you lie here, the world is maintaining itself. People are living their lives. Systems are functioning. The sun will rise tomorrow whether you sleep or not. Your family will keep breathing. Your work will still be there. Everything you think depends on your constant holding is actually holding itself, has always been holding itself, will continue holding itself. So let go of that weight tonight. Let go of the belief that you're the essential piece. You matter. Yes. You're valuable. Yes. But you're not the only thing keeping life from falling into chaos. Life is far more resilient than that. It's designed to continue, to persist, to maintain itself through rest and activity, through presence and absence, through your participation and your necessary pauses. You can sleep now, you can let go now, and everything will still be here in the morning, still whole, still functioning, still held together by all the same forces that were holding it together before you were born. You're part of the system, an important part. But you're not the system itself. The system is vast, ancient, resilient, and it knows how to keep going while you rest. So rest. Let the world hold itself together tonight. It knows how. It's been doing it for billions of years. And it can do it for one more night while you finally let go. Think about every responsibility weighing on you right now. The emails you need to answer, the calls you need to return, the decisions you need to make, the problems you need to solve. Feel how real they seem, how urgent, how impossible to ignore. But here's something that will change how you see all of it. Most of what you call responsibility only exists in daylight, not because it's not real, but because responsibility is a social construct that requires other people to be awake, systems to be operating, the world to be in its active phase. Your responsibilities exist in relation to a functioning world. You need to answer emails, but email servers still work whether you answer at midnight or at 9 in the morning. You need to return calls, but the people you're calling are asleep right now anyway. You need to make decisions, but the things you're deciding about won't change in the next 8 hours. The problems you need to solve will still be problems tomorrow, waiting patiently for daylight and your rested mind. Responsibility feels like it exists independently, like some objective force that doesn't care about time of day. But it doesn't. Responsibility is an agreement between you and other people, you and your work, you and your life. And agreements have terms. One of those terms, the most ancient term, is that they operate during waking hours. Think about a store. It has hours, 9 to 5, 10 to 6, whatever its schedule is. Outside those hours, the store has no responsibility to customers. The door is locked, the lights are off. If someone comes at midnight demanding to be served, the store doesn't owe them anything. The store is closed. Its responsibility pauses until morning. You have hours too. You're just not honoring them. You're staying open 24 hours a day, telling yourself that being always available is the same as being responsible. But it's not. Being always available is being always exhausted. Being truly responsible means understanding that you function in cycles, that you have hours when you're open and hours when you're closed, and that closing is not abandoning responsibility. It's maintaining the capacity to be responsible tomorrow. Your employer has no legitimate expectation that you'll work while you're sleeping. Your family has no reasonable expectation that you'll solve their problems at 2 in the morning. Your friends don't actually need you to respond to their messages before sunrise. All of these responsibilities exist in the context of normal waking hours. Outside those hours, they're on pause, waiting, not disappearing, not becoming less real, just waiting for the time when action is possible again. Even emergency services understand this. Doctors work in shifts. They hand off responsibility to the next person and go home and sleep. Firefighters do the same. Police officers do the same. The most critical life and death responsibilities in our society are structured around the understanding that no human can maintain responsibility continuously. Everyone needs to hand it off. Everyone needs to close their store for the night. But you're treating your ordinary, non-emergency responsibilities as if they're more urgent than actual emergencies. As if your inability to stop thinking about work email is more important than a doctor's need to sleep between shifts. As if your worry about tomorrow's meeting is more critical than a firefighter's need to rest before the next fire. It's not. Your responsibilities are important. They're real. They matter. But they're daytime responsibilities. They exist in the context of business hours, waking hours, the time when the world is functioning and action is possible. Right now, the world is not in that mode. Right now, the context for your responsibilities doesn't exist. Think about a stage play. During the performance, the actors have tremendous responsibility. They must remember their lines, hit their marks, stay in character, make the audience believe. The responsibility is real and intense. But when the curtain closes, when the lights go down, when the audience goes home, that responsibility ends. The actors don't stay in character all night. They don't keep performing to an empty theatre. They go home, they rest. They stop being responsible until the curtain rises again. The curtain has closed on your day. The audience has gone home. You're trying to keep performing to an empty theatre, wondering why it feels so pointless, so exhausting, so impossible to maintain. It feels that way because the context for performance has ended. The lights are down. The responsibility that felt so urgent 6 hours ago belongs to a world that's currently not operating. Your boss is asleep. Your clients are asleep. Your customers are asleep. The people waiting for your decisions are asleep. The systems you work with are in backup mode, maintenance mode, minimal operation mode. The world has collectively agreed to pause. Everyone except you got the memo. Even your own responsibilities to yourself are different at night. You're not responsible for being productive right now. You're not responsible for solving problems or making progress or improving yourself. Your responsibility to yourself at night is singular and simple. Rest. That's it. That's the only thing you owe yourself in these hours. Not self-improvement, not planning, not worrying. Just rest. The mind tries to argue with this. It says responsibilities don't pause. It says important things can't wait. It says if you stop thinking about everything, you'll forget something critical. But that's anxiety talking, not responsibility. Responsibility knows the difference between urgent and important. Responsibility understands timing. Responsibility respects the natural rhythm of day and night, action and rest, doing and being. Nothing you're responsible for requires your attention right now. Not one thing. If something truly needed immediate attention, you'd know. An alarm would be going off. Someone would be knocking on your door. Your phone would be ringing with an actual emergency. But it's quiet. The world is quiet because the world is closed for the night. Your responsibilities will be there in the morning, every single one of them, waiting exactly where you left them, not angry, not disappointed, not damaged by your absence, just there, ready for you when you're ready for them. When the lights come up, when the curtain rises, when the store opens again. So let them wait. Let your responsibilities exist in their proper context, which is daytime, which is waking hours, which is the world in its active phase. Stop trying to be responsible in a context that doesn't exist. Stop performing for an audience that's gone home. Stop serving customers to a store that's closed. You're allowed to turn off the lights, lock the door, put up the closed sign. Your responsibilities will understand. They'll wait. They're daytime constructs existing in a nighttime world right now. And nighttime has different rules, different requirements, different responsibilities. And your only responsibility right now is to rest, to close, to stop, to let the daytime world pause while you pause with it. That's not irresponsible. That's the most responsible thing you can do. Close the store. Turn off the lights. Your responsibilities will be there in the morning, and you'll be rested enough to handle them. Hold something in your mind right now. Any worry, any task, any problem you've been carrying. Feel the weight of it in your thoughts. Notice how you're gripping it mentally, the same way your hand might grip a physical object. Now imagine just opening your hand, just letting it drop, not solving it first, not figuring it out, not making sure it's safe to release, just opening your mental hand and letting it fall. What stops you? What creates that resistance, that immediate fear that says no? I can't let go. Something terrible will happen if I stop holding this. That fear has been lying to you. It's been telling you that your constant mental grip is what keeps things from falling apart, that your worry is protection, that your vigilance is prevention, that if you stop holding, consequences will come. But here's the truth you need to hear tonight. You can put things down, right now, without any consequence at all. Not because the things don't matter, but because you're holding them doesn't change them. Your mental grip doesn't actually grip anything. It's just exhausting you while the thing you're holding continues to exist exactly as it would if you weren't holding it. Think about worry. You worry about something going wrong. What does that worry do? Does it prevent the thing from going wrong? Does your anxiety about a future problem somehow reach forward in time and fix it before it happens? No. The worry exists entirely in your mind. The actual situation exists entirely outside your mind. Your worry doesn't touch it, doesn't change it, doesn't influence it at all. You could worry about it for 6 more hours tonight, or you could put the worry down right now and sleep. In the morning, the situation will be exactly the same either way. Same variables, same unknowns, same possibilities. Your worry doesn't add information or control or improvement. It just adds suffering. You're suffering, while changing nothing about what you're worried about. The same is true for tasks you're mentally rehearsing. You're lying here thinking about what you need to do tomorrow, going through the steps, planning the execution, trying to prepare. But the task isn't happening now. It's happening tomorrow. Your mental rehearsal now doesn't make tomorrow's execution easier. It just makes tonight's rest harder. You could put down the rehearsal, sleep deeply, and approach the task tomorrow with a fresh mind. That would actually improve your execution. But instead, you're depleting yourself now for no benefit later. Or the problem you're trying to solve in your mind, you're turning it over, looking at it from different angles, searching for the solution. But you're tired. Your mind is foggy. Your thinking isn't sharp. You're not actually solving anything. You're just engaging with the problem ineffectively, getting more frustrated, more anxious, more convinced you'll never figure it out. Put it down. The problem will still be a problem in the morning, but in the morning you'll have rest, clarity, better thinking, better chance of actually solving it. Every single thing you're holding right now in your mind, you can put down without consequence. The consequence you fear, the disaster you imagine will happen if you stop holding. It's not real. It's a story your anxious mind tells to justify its own existence. Anxiety needs you to believe that staying anxious is protective, that letting go is dangerous. Because if you discovered you could let go safely, what purpose would the anxiety serve? But you can test this. Right now, pick one thing you're holding, one worry, one task, one problem. Imagine setting it down completely. Imagine not thinking about it for the next 8 hours. What actually happens? Does it get worse? Does it change? Does anything in the external world shift because you stopped thinking about it? No. The thing continues to exist exactly as it is. Your child's problem is still their problem whether you worry about it or not. Your work deadline is still the same deadline whether you mentally rehearse meeting it or not. Your financial situation is still the same situation whether you calculate and recalculate it in your mind or not. Your holding doesn't change anything except your own state of mind. And it changes your state of mind for the worse. This is one of the hardest truths to accept, that all this effort, all this mental carrying, all this constant holding it's not helping. It feels like it should help. It feels like vigilance equals control, like worry equals care, like mental rehearsal equals preparation. But it doesn't. Those equations are false. They're tricks your mind plays to keep you engaged with suffering. Real control comes from rested action, not exhausted rumination. Real care comes from presence and support, not constant anxiety. Real preparation comes from actual practice and clear planning, not foggy late-night mental circling. Everything you're trying to accomplish by holding these things in your mind, you'd accomplish better by putting them down and sleeping. And here's the beautiful part. You've already proven this to yourself. Every night you've eventually fallen asleep. You've put everything down. Every morning you've woken up. Those things were still there, unchanged by your hours of not thinking about them. You have extensive evidence that putting things down at night causes no consequence. Your mind just doesn't trust that evidence because anxiety is louder than experience. But tonight you can trust it. You can take all that evidence from every other night and let it guide you now. You've put things down before. Nothing terrible happened. The sun rose. Life continued. Problems remained. Problems, but didn't get worse from your neglect. Tasks remained. Tasks, but were actually easier to accomplish after rest. Worries remained. Worries, but felt more manageable with sleep behind you. You can do it again tonight. You can put down everything you're carrying, not carefully, not gently. Just open your mental hands and let it all drop. Let the worries fall. Let the tasks fall. Let the problems fall. They'll be there in the morning if they need to be. But you'll be there too, rested, restored, actually capable of handling them instead of just spinning in exhausted circles around them. There is no consequence to putting things down at night. That's not opinion. That's not hope. That's observable fact based on every night you've ever slept. The consequences you fear are imaginary. The relief from putting things down is real. The benefit of rest is real. The improved capacity you'll have tomorrow is real. But the disaster from letting go, that's never been real. Not once. Not ever. So put it down now. All of it. Everything you've been holding. Let your mind become like your hands. Open. Empty. Resting. The things you're releasing don't need your grip to continue existing. They'll be fine without you tonight. And you'll be fine without them. Better than fine. You'll finally rest. Finally stop the exhausting work of holding what doesn't need to be held. Finally discover that letting go isn't dangerous. It's the safest thing you can do. Listen to the silence around you. Really listen. That silence is telling you something important. Nothing is calling for you. Nothing is asking for your attention. Nothing is requiring your supervision. The world is functioning without your oversight, and it's doing just fine. You've been living like a lifeguard who never leaves the tower, eyes constantly scanning, always alert, always watching for someone to save. But look around. The pool is empty. Everyone has gone home. The sun has set. There's no one swimming, no one drowning, no one who needs saving. Yet you're still in the tower, still scanning, still vigilant, still convinced that the moment you look away, disaster will strike. But disaster isn't waiting for your inattention. Disaster is not crouched in the shadows watching for you to blink so it can pounce. That's not how life works. Problems don't spawn the moment you stop monitoring. Catastrophes don't wait for your exhaustion before they occur. The universe is not testing your vigilance. It's just existing, changing, moving through its natural processes whether you watch or not. Think about your children if you have them, or the people you care for. Right now, wherever they are, they're existing without your supervision. If they're in the next room, they're breathing without you checking. If they're in another house, they're living without you monitoring. And they're okay, not because you're watching them in your mind, but because they're separate beings who continue to exist independent of your attention. Your mental supervision doesn't actually supervise anything. It's not a real force. It doesn't extend beyond your own mind. When you lie awake worrying about whether your adult child is making good choices, your worry doesn't reach them, doesn't guide them, doesn't protect them. They're living their life completely unaffected by your mental surveillance. Your worry is just you, alone, suffering while they exist independently somewhere else. The same is true for your work. Right now, in the middle of the night, your work exists in whatever state it exists. Projects are at whatever stage of completion they're at. Problems are whatever level of solved or unsolved they are. And your mental review of these things changes nothing. The project doesn't progress because you're thinking about it. The problem doesn't solve because you're worrying about it. Work exists in its own time, in its own space, completely separate from your nighttime mental supervision. Even your own body doesn't require the supervision you're giving it. You're lying here, monitoring sensations. Is that pain significant? Is this tension dangerous? Should I be concerned about that weird feeling? But your body has its own monitoring systems far more sophisticated than your conscious attention. Your body knows how to alert you when something genuinely needs attention. Pain that matters will insist. Symptoms that require action will persist. Your constant checking doesn't add to your body's wisdom. It just adds anxiety to your mind. Supervision is only needed when something requires guidance, correction, or immediate response. A child learning to cross the street needs supervision. A student taking an exam needs supervision. A pot of boiling water needs supervision. These things require real-time attention because they're actively happening, and your input can change outcomes. But nothing is actively happening in your life right now that requires your input. You're in bed, in the dark, in the hours designated for rest. There is no street being crossed, no exam being taken, no pot boiling over. Everything that's happening is either happening without you or not happening at all. And either way, your supervision is not needed. Your mind argues with this. It says you need to stay alert, need to be ready, need to keep monitoring in case something requires your attention. But that's hypervigilance, not supervision. That's trauma response, not responsible oversight. That's anxiety pretending to be preparedness. Real preparedness includes rest. Real readiness includes restoration. You can't supervise effectively if you're exhausted from supervising when supervision isn't needed. Think about a security guard. A good security guard knows when to be alert and when to rest. They don't patrol empty buildings at 3 in the morning with the same intensity they patrol crowded areas during the day. they adjust their vigilance to the actual level of risk. They understand that exhausting yourself with unnecessary supervision makes you less effective when real supervision is needed. You need to be that security guard. You need to adjust your vigilance to the actual situation. And the actual situation right now is this. Nothing requires supervision. Your children are asleep or being adults capable of managing themselves. Your work is paused, waiting for business hours. Your body is maintaining itself through systems that don't need your conscious oversight. There is no emergency, no crisis, no situation requiring your immediate attention or monitoring. If there were, you'd know. Your phone would ring. Someone would knock on your door. An alarm would sound. Something in the external world would signal that supervision is needed. But it's quiet, silent. The external world is sending you a clear message. Nothing needs you right now. Nothing requires your attention. Everything is in its resting state, including you. Supervision is work, real work, cognitive work that depletes your mental resources. When you supervise unnecessarily, when you monitor what doesn't need monitoring, you're doing work that produces no benefit. You're spending energy with no return. You're exhausting your supervisory capacity on situations that don't require supervision. And then when something does need your attention, you have nothing left to give. So stop supervising right now. Not forever. Not in a way that makes you unavailable or unresponsive. But right now, in this moment, in this hour of night, stop. Let go of the monitoring. Let go of the checking. Let go of the vigilance that has no current purpose. Nothing requires supervision right now. Everything that exists in your life is existing without your oversight. And it's okay. It's all okay. Your children are okay. Your work is okay. Your body is okay. Your home is okay. The people you love are okay. Everything you feel responsible for is in a state of not needing you right now. That's not abandonment. That's not neglect. That's just the natural state of nighttime when everyone and everything wastes, from requiring and being required. Let yourself rest from supervision, from monitoring, from the constant checking and watching and making sure. Nothing needs making sure right now. Nothing needs your eyes on it. Nothing will fall apart from your inattention during these hours. You're not needed. And that's not a failure. That's a gift. The gift of time when no one needs you, when nothing requires you, when you can finally stop supervising and just be. Feel your heart beating right now. Notice the rhythm. Beat, pause, beat, pause. Your heart never beats continuously. It doesn't try to maintain constant contraction. Every beat is followed by a moment of rest. The muscle contracts, then it releases. Contracts, releases. This alternation is not a flaw in design. It's the design. Without the pause between beats, your heart would fail. The rest is what makes the action possible. Your lungs are the same. Breathe in, breathe out. Your lungs don't try to stay inflated. They don't try to maintain constant air pressure. They fill, they empty, fill, empty. The emptying is as essential as the filling. Without exhale, you can't inhale. Without the pause, breathing stops being breathing and becomes suffocation. The alternation is the function. Rest and action together create the pattern that keeps you alive. This is true of every system in your body. Your muscles contract and release. Your neurons fire and rest. Your cells divide and pause. Your brain waves oscillate between active and quiet states. Nothing in your body maintains constant activity. Everything pulses. Everything alternates. Everything requires rest as much as it requires action. This is not a weakness. This is not inefficiency. This is the fundamental nature of biological systems. Action depletes resources. Rest restores them. You can't have continuous action without continuous depletion. Eventually, the resources run out and the system fails. But with alternation, with built-in cycles of doing and not doing, the system maintains itself indefinitely. Yet, somehow, you've been trying to live as if you're exempt from this basic biological law, as if your mind and your will can override the fundamental design of your body, as if you can maintain constant doing without the biological requirement for not doing. You've been treating rest as optional, as something you'll do when everything is finished, when you've earned it, when there's nothing left to do. But there's always something left to do. The doing never ends, which means the rest never comes. And slowly, invisibly, you're depleting yourself beyond recovery. Your body has been trying to tell you this. The exhaustion you feel is not moral weakness. It's biological necessity. Your body is screaming for the other half of its design. For the not doing that makes the doing possible. For the rest that restores what action depletes. You've been treating these signals as problems to overcome rather than wisdom to obey. Think about elite athletes. They understand something most people forget. That training is only half of performance. The other half is rest. Athletes don't just practice constantly. They practice intensely and then rest intensely. They push their bodies to the limit and then they sleep. They recover. They take days off, not because they're lazy, because they understand that the body builds strength during rest, not during action. The workout breaks down muscle. The rest rebuilds it stronger. Without rest, there's no growth, just breakdown. Your life requires the same approach. Your work is your training. Your thinking is your exercise. Your responsibilities are your heavy lifting. And all of it breaks you down, uses your resources, depletes your capacity. That's not wrong. That's action. That's the doing part of the cycle. But without the not doing part, without the rest that rebuilds, you just keep breaking down, keep depleting, keep using resources that never get restored. Not doing is not the absence of doing. It's its own biological state with its own biological functions. When you're not doing, your body is busy, incredibly busy. It's repairing tissue, processing experiences, consolidating memories, clearing metabolic waste from your brain, restoring neurotransmitters, balancing hormones, strengthening your immune system. All of this happens during rest, during the not doing phase. These functions can't happen during the doing phase. They require the alternation. So when you skip rest, when you try to maintain constant doing, you're not just tired. You're preventing essential biological processes from occurring. You're not allowing your body to rebuild what action breaks down. You're not giving your brain the time it needs to process and restore. You're operating in constant breakdown mode with no repair time. And eventually, something breaks, something that can't be ignored, something that forces the rest you've been refusing to take voluntarily. Your body doesn't want it to come to that. Your body has been asking for rest, politely at first, with gentle tiredness, with small signals that it's time to stop. But you've been overriding those signals, pushing through, telling yourself you'll rest later, that you can keep doing a little longer. And your body, patient and resilient, keeps working, keeps doing what you ask it to do. But it's keeping track. It knows what it needs, and it knows it's not getting it. Tonight is your chance to answer those signals, to give your body what it's been asking for, to honor the biological requirement for alternation, to stop doing and start not doing, not as surrender, not as giving up, but as completion, as the other half of the cycle, as the essential rest that makes tomorrow's action possible. You don't need permission to stop doing. Your body's design is permission. The alternation is built in, required, non-negotiable. You can override it for a while, but you can't escape it. Eventually, biology wins. Eventually, the body demands its rest. You can give it voluntarily now, in this comfortable bed, in this safe darkness. Or you can wait until your body takes it involuntarily through illness, breakdown, forced stop. The choice is yours, but the alternation is not. The not doing is not optional. It's as required as the doing. It's as essential as the heartbeat's pause, as necessary as the exhale after the inhale. Your body was built to alternate between doing and not doing. And right now, it's time for not doing. Time for the rest phase. Time for the biological processes that can only happen when action stops. So let yourself stop. Let the doing phase end. Let the not doing phase begin. Not with guilt, not with the feeling that you should still be doing, but with understanding that not doing is its own essential function, its own biological necessity, its own half of the design that makes all the doing possible. Your body knows this. It's been waiting for you to remember, to honor the alternation, to finally give it the rest it requires, the rest it deserves, the rest that is not optional but essential, not later, now, not doing, resting, being the other half of what you were built to be. You've been confusing two things for so long you can't tell them apart anymore. Holding and caring, gripping and loving, constant vigilance and genuine concern. You think if you truly cared, you'd never stop holding, never stop monitoring, never stop carrying the weight of everyone and everything you love. But that's not care. That's fear wearing care's clothing. Real care knows when to hold and when to release. Real love understands that clutching isn't the same as cherishing. Real concern recognizes that you can't actually protect anyone by exhausting yourself with constant mental grip. Think about how you hold a bird. If you hold it too loosely, it might fly away. But if you hold it too tightly, you crush it. You damage the very thing you're trying to protect. The art of holding a bird is knowing the right pressure, firm enough to keep it safe, gentle enough to let it breathe. And eventually, if you really care about the bird, you open your hands completely. You let it fly. You've been crushing everything you love with the tightness of your grip, not because you don't care, but because you care so much you think releasing means abandoning, Letting go means not loving. Pausing means you've stopped being responsible. But the people you love, they're not birds that need constant holding. They're whole beings with their own wings. Your tight grip isn't keeping them safe. It's exhausting you, and they don't need it. They never asked you to hold them this way. They never asked you to sacrifice your peace for their well-being. That's something you decided on your own, a bargain you made without their consent. Your mother, if she's still in your thoughts tonight, she doesn't need you to lie awake worrying about her health. Your worry doesn't make her healthier. Your constant mental checking doesn't extend her life. Your anxiety about her well-being doesn't protect her from harm. She's living her life right now, whatever that looks like, completely independent of your nighttime grip on her image in your mind. Your children, if you have them, grown or young, they don't need your sleepless vigilance. Your teenagers don't need you monitoring every choice in your mind at 2 a.m. Your adult children don't need you mentally managing their lives from your bed. They need you rested. They need you present when they actually ask for help. They need you whole, not depleted by constant holding, your partner sleeping next to you or in another room or in another state. They don't need you to stay awake solving their problems. Your relationship doesn't strengthen because you can't stop thinking about what's wrong with it. Your love doesn't prove itself through exhaustion, through mental rehearsal of conversations, through planning how to fix them or change them or help them. Love proves itself through presence, through actual connection, through being available when you're actually together, which requires being rested, and your work. The people who depend on your professional care, your patients or clients or students or customers, they don't benefit from you lying here going through tomorrow's tasks. Your care for them shows in the quality of attention you bring during actual working hours. And that quality requires rest, requires you to stop holding their needs in your mind when you're supposed to be restoring yourself. Holding everything is not a measure of care. It's a measure of anxiety, of fear, of the mistaken belief that love means never putting anything down. That responsibility means constant mental carrying. That if you release your grip even for these few hours, you've failed everyone who depends on you. But you haven't failed anyone by sleeping. You've never failed anyone by resting. The people in your life, the ones who truly love you, they don't want you destroying yourself to hold them. They don't measure your love by your exhaustion. They don't need you to prove your care through sleeplessness. If you asked them right now, do you want me to lie awake all night holding you in my worried thoughts? They would say no. They would tell you to sleep, to rest, to let them be okay without your constant mental supervision. Real care is sustainable. Real love includes self-preservation. Real responsibility means understanding that you're a limited human being who needs rest to function. And functioning well is how you actually help people. Not by thinking about them constantly, but by being genuinely present when presence is actually needed. You can care deeply and still sleep. You can love completely and still let go for the night. You can be responsible and still trust that the people and things you care about will continue existing without your mental grip. They did before you started holding so tightly. They will after you learn to release. They're doing it right now, while you lie here clutching them in your thoughts. So let this be the night you learn the difference between holding and caring, between clutching and loving, between exhausting yourself and actually being helpful. Care is showing up rested. Love is being present. Responsibility is maintaining yourself so you can meet your actual obligations. None of that requires you to hold everything all night long. None of that asks you to never release. None of that measures your worth by how tight you grip, or how long you carry, or how much you sacrifice your own rest. Let your care be wiser tonight. Let your love be gentler. Let your responsibility include yourself. Open your hands. Open your mind. Let everything you've been holding rest outside your grip. They don't need you to hold them right now, and you don't need to hold them to prove you care. Your care is already proven. Your love is already real. Your responsibility is already acknowledged. Now let yourself rest. Let the holding stop. Let the night be what it's meant to be. A pause, a release, a time when caring means trusting enough to let go. Think back through your life. Count the number of times you've slept. Thousands of nights. Tens of thousands. Every single one of them. You paused. You stopped. You let go of the day and entered darkness. And what happened? Did the world end while you slept? Did everything you care about collapse during those hours of unconsciousness? The world kept turning. The sun kept rising. Life kept happening. Not just happening, but continuing just fine. Not perfectly. Not without problems, but fine. Functioning. Moving forward whether you were conscious or not. You have evidence. Mountains of evidence. Years and years of proof that pausing doesn't cause catastrophe. That sleeping doesn't create disaster. That your absence from conscious awareness for 8 hours doesn't damage anything that matters. Yet, here you are, acting like tonight is different. Like this particular pause will be the one that breaks everything. Like this specific surrender to sleep will be the moment when your vigilance was needed. And you failed. But it's not different. Tonight is the same as every other night you've survived. The same as every other pause you've taken. The same as thousands of previous surrenders to sleep that all ended the same way. With you waking up, with life having continued, with nothing collapsed that wasn't going to collapse anyway. Remember last week? You slept. Probably not well, probably not enough, but you slept. And in the morning, what was different? What had fallen apart? What disaster had struck because you were unconscious for a few hours? Nothing. The problems that existed before you slept still existed after, but they weren't worse because of your sleep. They weren't magnified by your absence. They were just there, waiting, exactly as you left them. Go back further. Last month, last year. Think about all those nights when you were so worried you couldn't imagine sleeping, when it felt impossible to let go, when you were convinced that this particular night required your vigilance. Eventually, you slept anyway. Your body demanded it. Your mind couldn't sustain consciousness forever. And what happened? You woke up. Life was still there. The people you love were still living. Your responsibilities were still waiting. Nothing had changed, except that you were slightly less exhausted, slightly more capable of handling what needed handling. Every vacation you've ever taken, You paused your daily responsibilities. You stopped being available. You went somewhere else and let your regular life continue without you. And when you came back, it was all still there. Maybe some things had shifted. Maybe some situations had evolved. But nothing had ended because of your pause. Nothing had been destroyed by your temporary absence. Life has this remarkable ability to continue without constant supervision. Every time you've been sick, truly sick, sick enough that you had to stop, you paused, you couldn't work, couldn't manage, couldn't maintain your usual level of engagement, and the world accommodated. People adjusted, systems adapted, life reorganized around your absence and kept functioning. Not optimally, perhaps, not exactly as it would have with you present, but it functioned, it continued, it survived your pause. And so did you. Even the times you've been unconscious, truly unconscious, under anesthesia or knocked out or so deeply asleep, you remember nothing. Life continued. Your body kept breathing. Your heart kept beating. The world kept existing. Consciousness returned, and nothing essential had been lost during its absence. The pause hadn't damaged anything fundamental. Why do you keep forgetting this? Why does each night feel like the first time you're risking sleep? Because anxiety has no memory. Fear doesn't learn from experience. Worry doesn't care about evidence. Each night, anxiety tells you the same lie, that this time is different, that this pause will be the dangerous one, that you can't afford to let go tonight. And each morning, when you wake and find everything still intact, anxiety conveniently forgets. It doesn't acknowledge that it was wrong. It doesn't apologize for keeping you awake unnecessarily. It just waits for the next night to tell you the same lie again. But you can remember what anxiety forgets. You can hold the evidence that fear ignores. You have paused thousands of times. You have slept thousands of nights. You have let go thousands of moments. And you're still here. Everyone you love is still here. Everything that matters is still intact. Your pausing didn't break anything. Your sleeping didn't cause disaster. Your letting go didn't create the catastrophe you feared. Tonight will be the same. You'll close your eyes. You'll release consciousness. You'll enter the pause you've entered so many times before. And in the morning, you'll wake. Life will have continued. The sun will have risen without your awareness. The world will have turned without your supervision. And everything will be exactly as it would have been if you'd stayed awake worrying. Except you'll be rested instead of exhausted, capable instead of depleted, present instead of running on empty. This is not faith. This is not wishful thinking. This is observable, repeatable, confirmed by thousands of nights' fact. Pausing is safe. Sleeping doesn't cause harm. Letting go doesn't create disaster. You know this. Deep down, beneath the anxiety, you know this. Because you've lived it. You've proven it. You've tested it thousands of times, and the result is always the same. Life continues. Always has. Always will. So trust your evidence tonight. Trust your history. Trust the thousands of times you've paused before and everything was fine. This night is not different. This pause is not dangerous. This letting go will not cause what all the other letting goes didn't cause. You can sleep. You have before. You will again. And tomorrow, when you wake, you'll have the same evidence you've always had. That pausing is not only safe, it's necessary. That sleep is not a risk, it's restoration. That letting go is not abandonment, it's wisdom. You've paused before. Life continued. You'll pause tonight. Life will continue. This is not hope. This is history. This is what always happens. What has always happened. What will always happen. So let it happen. Let the pause come. Let sleep take you where it's taken you thousands of times before. To rest. To restoration. To the morning that always comes, with life still continuing, still intact, still waiting for you, just as it always has, just as it always will. You're lying here feeling tested, like the universe is watching to see if you'll stay vigilant, if you'll remain responsible, if you'll prove your worth by refusing to rest, as if sleeping is the wrong answer. As if letting go means failing, as if rest equals irresponsibility. But there's no test happening. No one is grading you. No cosmic teacher is marking whether you sleep or stay awake. No scorecard exists that measures your responsibility by your hours of sleeplessness. No evaluation is taking place. This is anxiety creating an imaginary exam you can't possibly pass. Think about what a real test requires. A tester. Questions with right and wrong answers. Standards you're being measured against. Consequences for passing or failing. Where is any of that actually present right now? Who is testing you? Name them. Point to them. Show me the actual entity that's evaluating your choice to sleep. It's not there. There's no tester, just you and your fear. And the story fear tells about being judged. What are the questions? What exactly are you being tested on? Your ability to stay awake despite exhaustion. Your willingness to sacrifice rest for some undefined sense of duty. Your capacity to worry productively about things you can't control right now. These aren't real questions with real answers. These are anxiety's inventions, fake problems with no solutions. What are the standards you're being measured against? Who decided that responsible people don't sleep, that caring people stay vigilant all night, that worthy people prove their value through exhaustion? Nobody decided that. No legitimate authority ever set that standard. That's just fear pretending to be wisdom. And what are the consequences? What actually happens if you fail this test by sleeping? Does someone punish you? Does something terrible occur? Does the universe mark you as insufficient? No. The only consequence of sleeping is rest. Restoration. Waking up better, able to handle tomorrow than you are right now. There is no test. There never was. This whole framework is something your anxious mind created to keep you engaged with suffering. To keep you feeling like vigilance matters. Like staying awake serves a purpose. Like your exhaustion is meaningful rather than just exhausting. Responsibility doesn't work the way you've been imagining it. Real responsibility is about showing up when showing up is needed, being present when presence is required, doing what's necessary when it's actually necessary to do it. None of that is happening right now. Right now, you're in bed, in the dark, in the hours designated for rest. No one needs you to show up. No presence is required. Nothing necessary is waiting for you to do it. The test you imagine you're taking doesn't exist. But if it did, if tonight really were a test of responsibility, the right answer would be sleep. The responsible choice would be rest. Because responsibility includes maintaining yourself, preserving your capacity, ensuring you can actually meet your obligations when they're real rather than imaginary. A responsible person doesn't destroy themselves trying to prove they're responsible. A responsible person takes care of the resource that is themselves, maintains their health, protects their mental clarity, ensures they can function when function is actually needed. That's what responsibility looks like. Not sleepless nights, not constant vigilance, not exhausting yourself to prove a point no one is asking you to prove. Think about the people who depend on you, your family, your work, your commitments. What do they actually need from you? They need you, functional, healthy, present, clear-minded, capable of good judgment, able to help when help is needed. None of that is served by you lying awake all night. All-night vigilance doesn't make you more responsible. It makes you less capable of being responsible when responsibility is actually called for. Your family needs you rested more than they need you worried. Your work needs you sharp more than they need you sleepless. Your commitments need you present more than they need you exhausted. Sleep isn't avoiding responsibility. Sleep is preparing for it. Sleep is what makes responsibility possible. And if you really want to think of tonight as a test, then the test is this. Can you trust yourself to rest? Can you believe that you're allowed to pause? Can you accept that being responsible doesn't mean being constantly available? That's the real question. Not whether you'll stay awake, but whether you can give yourself permission to sleep without guilt, without feeling like you're failing, without imagining you're being judged for a basic human need. The answer should be yes. You should be able to sleep without guilt, without fear, without the sensation that you're being tested and found wanting. Because you're not being tested, you're just being human. And humans need sleep. That's not a failure. That's just biology. There's no examiner watching you tonight, no judge marking your choices, no cosmic evaluation of your worth based on your sleep patterns. There's just you and the night, and the choice between exhausting yourself unnecessarily or giving yourself what you need. Choose rest, not because it's the right answer to some imaginary test, but because it's what you actually need, what your body is asking for, what will make tomorrow possible, what responsibility actually requires. Tonight is not a test. It's just a night, and you're allowed to sleep through it without earning that sleep, without proving you deserve it, without demonstrating your responsibility by refusing it. Sleep isn't something you have to qualify for. It's something you're entitled to simply by being alive, by having a body that needs rest, by being human. So stop taking the test that doesn't exist. Stop trying to pass an exam no one is giving. Stop proving your responsibility through irresponsible self-neglect. Just sleep. Just rest. Just be a human being doing what human beings are meant to do when night comes. No test, no grade, no evaluation, just sleep. Simple, necessary, allowed. Look at a tree outside your window, or picture one in your mind if you can't see out. That tree is waiting. Right now. Has been waiting for months. Will wait for months more. Waiting for spring if it's winter. Waiting for rain if it's dry. Waiting for the right temperature, the right light, the right conditions to do what trees do. And the tree is not anxious about this waiting, not worried, not feeling like it's behind schedule or wasting time. The tree is just waiting. Being a tree, doing what trees do, which is mostly waiting. Think about what a tree actually does with its time. Grows a little, photosynthesizes when the sun is out, draws water when water is available, but mostly, it waits. Waits for seasons to change, waits for conditions to be right, waits through storms, waits through droughts, waits through winter when nothing visible happens at all. And we admire trees. We think they're beautiful, majestic. We never look at a tree and think it's lazy. We never judge an oak for not producing acorns in January. We never criticize a maple for not having leaves in March. We understand that trees have their time, their season, their rhythm, and that rhythm includes vast amounts of waiting. Seeds wait even longer. A seed can wait years, decades. Some seeds have waited centuries in the right conditions, just sitting, just being seeds, not growing, not producing, not doing anything visible, just waiting for the exact right conditions to begin. And when those conditions come, then the seed acts, then it grows, then it becomes what it was always meant to become. But first, it waits, sometimes for a very long time. The soil waits too. Soil is not passive. Soil is alive with bacteria and fungi and complex chemical processes. But it works slowly. It transforms slowly. A fallen leaf doesn't become soil overnight. It takes months, years. The soil waits patiently for organic matter to break down, for nutrients to become available, for the right balance of elements to form. It doesn't rush, doesn't push, just slowly, patiently transforms what falls into it into what can nourish new growth. Seasons wait for each other. Winter waits for spring. Spring waits for summer. Each season has its time and doesn't try to be a different season. Winter doesn't apologize for being cold. Spring doesn't rush to become summer. Each season waits its turn, takes its time, does what that season does, and the cycle continues, reliable, patient, without hurry or anxiety. Animals wait constantly. Predators wait for prey, sometimes for hours, sometimes for days. A heron stands motionless in water waiting for a fish. A spider waits in its web for something to get caught. A bear waits out the entire winter in hibernation, waiting, not producing, not achieving, just waiting. And when the wait is over, then action comes. But first, always first, the wait. Even the earth itself waits. Waits for continents to drift. Waits for mountains to erode. Waits for rivers to carve canyons. All of this happens on a timescale so slow that human lives are too brief to see it. But it's happening, constantly, patiently, without rush. The earth waits millions of years for processes to complete, and those processes complete perfectly, in their own time. Nature is not in a hurry. Nature is mostly waiting, mostly being patient with its own processes, mostly trusting that things happen when they happen, and not before. And nature works. Nature produces incredible beauty and complexity and life, all through patience, all through waiting, all through allowing things to take the time they take. But you've forgotten you're part of nature. You've started living like you're separate from these rhythms, like you're exempt from the patience that governs everything else, like you alone must rush, must hurry, must make things happen immediately, or you're failing. But you're not separate. You're nature too, made of the same elements, governed by the same principles, subject to the same truth that things take time. Your body knows this. Your body grows hair at the speed. Hair grows. Heals wounds at the speed wounds heal. Digests food at the speed of digestion. You can't rush any of it. You can't make your body work faster than its natural pace. It does what it does at the speed it does it. Just like trees, just like seeds, just like soil. Your mind wants to rush. Your anxiety wants immediate resolution. Your fear wants everything handled now. But your actual life, your actual processes, they work at nature's pace. Your healing takes time. Your growth takes time. Your understanding takes time. Your solutions emerge when they emerge, not when you demand them. You're waiting right now whether you acknowledge it or not. Waiting for sleep, waiting for tomorrow, waiting for problems to resolve, waiting for clarity to come, waiting for the next phase of your life. You can wait anxiously, fighting it, resenting it, feeling like the waiting is wrong. Or you can wait like nature waits, patiently, trustingly, knowing that waiting is not wasting. Waiting is how things actually work, how growth actually happens, how change actually unfolds. The tree outside doesn't feel guilty about waiting for spring. The seed doesn't feel behind because it hasn't sprouted yet. The soil doesn't apologize for taking years to transform a leaf. They're all just doing what they do, being what they are, waiting when waiting is what's needed. And you can do the same. You can wait without guilt, without anxiety, without feeling like waiting means failing. You can trust that your life is unfolding at the pace it needs to unfold, that your processes are happening at the speed they happen, that you're not behind nature's schedule because you are nature. And nature is mostly waiting. So wait tonight, like trees wait, like seeds wait, like soil and seasons and the earth itself waits, patiently, trustingly, knowing that waiting is not the pause before life. Waiting is part of life, the most natural part, the part that everything does, the part that makes everything else possible. Wait for sleep, wait for morning, wait for whatever comes next, not anxiously, not resentfully, but naturally, the way everything in nature waits, patiently, completely, perfectly. You're afraid that if you don't act now, the moment will pass, the opportunity will vanish, the right time will slip through your fingers and never come back. You think timing is like a train that leaves the station whether you're on it or not. And if you miss it, it's gone forever. But that's not how timing actually works. Timing is not a single moment that disappears if you don't grab it. Timing is a window, sometimes a narrow window, yes, sometimes brief, but a window nonetheless. And windows don't vanish the instant you look away. They stay open for a while, long enough for you to rest and return. Think about the decisions you're agonizing over right now, the conversation you need to have, the choice you need to make, the action you need to take. You're lying here thinking, if you don't figure it out tonight, the timing will be lost, the chance will evaporate, the moment will be gone. But will it really? Will one night of sleep actually close a door that won't open again? Or is that just fear talking? Most opportunities are more patient than you think. The conversation can happen tomorrow, just as well as today. Maybe even better, because you'll be rested, clearer, more capable of saying what needs to be said. The choice can wait for morning when your mind is fresh and your judgment is sound. The action can be taken when you're actually capable of taking it well. Timing isn't lost by waiting one night. Timing is lost by acting too soon. When you're too tired to act wisely, real timing is about readiness, not speed. It's about doing things when you're actually capable of doing them well, not when anxiety demands you do them immediately. When you're exhausted, unclear, depleted, that's not good timing. That's desperation timing, panic timing. That's doing something now because you're afraid to wait, not because now is actually the right time. Good timing requires rest, requires clarity, requires being in a state where you can see the situation accurately and respond appropriately. You can't have good timing when you're running on empty, when your mind is foggy, when your judgment is impaired by exhaustion. The timing you're afraid of losing isn't real timing. It's just the feeling that you should act, and feelings aren't facts. Feelings don't know what good timing is. Anxiety especially doesn't know. Anxiety thinks everything is urgent, everything is now or never. But anxiety has never been a reliable guide to timing. Think about the times you've rushed because you thought the timing was slipping away. How many of those rushed decisions were actually better than if you'd waited? How many times did your hurry improve the outcome? Probably not many. Probably you've learned that rushed decisions are often poor decisions, that acting from panic usually creates more problems than it solves, that timing based on fear is usually terrible timing. But when you've waited, when you've given yourself time to rest and think and gain perspective, how has that affected your timing? Usually improved it, hasn't it? Usually you've found that the opportunity didn't vanish, the window didn't close, the chance was still there in the morning, but you were better equipped to take it, more clear, more capable, more likely to act in a way that actually works. Some things do have genuine time constraints, deadlines that are real, moments that truly won't return. But those are rarer than you think. And even with those, one night of sleep doesn't usually make the difference between catching them and missing them. The job application deadline is tomorrow at 5 p.m., not tonight at midnight. The conversation needs to happen this week, not this hour. The decision needs to be made soon, not right now in your bed in the dark when you can't think straight. Your fear of lost timing is really fear of uncertainty. You want to act now because acting feels like control, like you're doing something, like you're moving forward. But acting from exhaustion isn't control. It's just movement. And movement without wisdom is often movement in the wrong direction. Waiting until morning isn't losing timing. It's respecting timing. It's understanding that good timing requires good judgment, and good judgment requires rest. You can't have one without the other. So waiting isn't losing the moment. Waiting is preparing for the moment, making sure that when you act well. The universe is not testing your reflexes. Life is not a game where the fastest response wins. Most of what matters in life rewards thoughtfulness, not speed, careful consideration, not immediate reaction, wisdom, not reflexes. And wisdom takes time, takes rest, takes stepping back to see clearly. You're not missing the moment by sleeping. You're preparing for the moment, ensuring that when it comes, when the true right time arrives, you'll be ready, actually ready. Not just anxious and moving, but clear and capable and wise. Timing is not lost when things wait. Timing is found when things wait, when you give yourself space to see what's actually needed. When you allow your mind to rest so it can function. When you trust that the right moment doesn't disappear just because you closed your eyes for 8 hours. Tomorrow morning, your decisions will still be waiting. Your opportunities will still be there. Your choices will still need making, but you'll be better equipped to make them, more clear about what you want, more certain about what's right, more capable of acting in ways that actually serve you. That's not lost timing. That's found timing. That's discovering when the real right moment is. And it's not now, not in your bed, not when you're exhausted. The right moment is tomorrow, when you're rested, when your mind is clear, when you can actually see what you're doing. And why? So let timing wait. Let the moment pause. Let the opportunity sit there through the night while you sleep. It will still be there in the morning, maybe exactly the same, maybe slightly different, but not gone, not lost, not missed, just waiting, like you're waiting, like everything waits, patiently, trustingly, knowing that timing is not a single instant. Timing is a process, and processes take time. They allow for rest. They don't punish you for being human and needing sleep. The timing you're afraid of losing was never going to work anyway, because you're too tired to use it well. The timing you'll find in the morning, that's the real timing, the one that actually has a chance of working. So let tonight's timing go. It was never the right timing. The right timing is coming. After rest, after clarity, after your mind and body have had the chance to reset, that's when timing will be right. Not now, not in panic, not in exhaustion, but tomorrow, in clarity, in readiness, in actual capacity to act well. Sleep now. Let timing wait. It knows how. It's been waiting all along for you to be ready. And you'll be ready in the morning, after rest, after peace, after sleep. Your body is smarter than your mind. Your body knows things your thoughts have forgotten. And one of the things your body knows, deeply, instinctively, is that waiting is not wasting time. Waiting is working time. Not the kind of work your mind recognizes, not the kind that produces visible results, but essential work nonetheless. The kind that keeps you alive, the kind that makes tomorrow possible, right now. Even as you lie here thinking you should be doing something, your body is waiting to do something, waiting for you to stop, waiting for you to surrender to sleep. So it can begin the work it can only do when you're not doing anything at all. This work has a name: recovery, reset, restoration, repair. Your body is a machine that breaks down slightly every day from the simple act of being used, from thinking, from moving, from processing food, from fighting off bacteria, from maintaining temperature, from everything it does to keep you functioning. All of this creates wear, damage at the cellular level, waste products that accumulate, resources that get depleted, and the body cannot repair this damage while also operating at full capacity. It cannot clean while also working, cannot restore while also depleting. The reset requires waiting, requires stopping, requires you to do nothing so your body can do everything. Think about your brain right now. All day it's been firing neurons, forming thoughts, processing information, making decisions, experiencing emotions. All of this creates byproducts, metabolic waste, literally garbage at the cellular level that accumulates in your brain tissue. And this garbage, if it's not cleared out, affects your thinking, makes you foggy, slow, unclear, unable to process information well. You've been feeling this all evening. The mental fatigue, the difficulty focusing, the senses that your thoughts are moving through mud. That's not moral failure. That's metabolic waste accumulating in your brain. Your brain has a cleaning system, a network of channels that flush out cellular waste. But this system only works efficiently during sleep, during deep sleep specifically. When your brain waves slow down, when consciousness releases, when you stop thinking, the channels open, fluid flows, waste gets carried away. Your brain literally cleans itself while you sleep, resets itself, prepares itself for tomorrow's thinking. But it can't do this while you're using it, can't clean while you're thinking, can't reset while you're trying to solve problems. The cleaning requires waiting, requires you to stop, to do nothing, to let your brain rest so it can work on itself. Your muscles are the same. All day they've been contracting, holding tension, carrying your weight, moving your body through space. This creates micro tears in muscle fiber, normal damage from normal use, and your muscles repair these tears during rest, during the waiting time. When you're not asking them to do anything, the repair happens while you sleep. Growth hormone releases, protein synthesis occurs, damaged fibers rebuild stronger than before, but only during rest, only during the waiting. If you never wait, if you never rest, the damage accumulates. The tears don't heal. The muscles get weaker instead of stronger. The waiting is not optional. It's where the actual strengthening happens. Your immune system does its best work at night. During sleep, when you're waiting, white blood cells multiply. Antibodies form. Your body fights infections more effectively during rest than during activity. If you're fighting off a cold right now, if you're feeling run down, the single best thing you can do is sleep. Not because sleep is passive, but because sleep is when your immune system is most active, most powerful, most capable of winning the battles it's been fighting all day. Even your heart uses waiting to recover. Your heart rate slows during sleep. Blood pressure drops. The cardiovascular system gets a break from the demands of waking life. This rest is essential. Cumulative sleep deprivation increases risk of heart disease, not because staying awake directly damages the heart, but because the heart needs the waiting time to reset, to recover from the work of pumping blood all day. Without that recovery time, the stress accumulates. The system wears down. Your hormones reset during sleep. Cortisol drops. Melatonin rises. Growth hormone releases. Testosterone replenishes. All the chemical messengers that regulate your mood, your energy, your metabolism, they cycle according to sleep and wake. When you don't sleep, when you don't wait, these cycles get disrupted. Your hormones don't reset. Your chemistry stays off balance. You feel it as mood problems, energy problems, metabolism problems. But the root cause is not giving your body the waiting time it needs to recalibrate. You cannot override this need through willpower. You cannot think your way past the requirement for reset. Your mind might believe it can keep going. Your determination might insist you push through. But your body knows better. Your body knows it needs the waiting, needs the pause, needs the hours of not doing, so it can do its essential maintenance work. This is not weakness. This is not inefficiency. This is optimal design, a system that works hard and then rests to repair itself so it can work hard again. Nature is full of these cycles, day and night, summer and winter, action and rest. Your body is nature. It follows the same principles. And when you fight those principles, when you refuse to wait, when you try to operate continuously without reset time, you're not winning. You're not being strong or disciplined or productive. You're just slowly degrading your operating system. The body is waiting right now for your permission to begin its reset work. Waiting for you to stop thinking so it can clean your brain. Waiting for you to stop moving so it can repair your muscles. Waiting for you to surrender consciousness so it can rebalance your chemistry. It knows what it needs. It's been asking politely all evening. The yawns, the heavy eyelids, the difficulty focusing. These aren't signs of weakness. They're your body telling you it's time. Time to wait. Time to stop. Time to let the reset begin. So give your body what it's asking for, not as a luxury, not as a reward for getting enough done, but as a necessity, as the essential maintenance time that makes all your doing possible. Your body uses waiting to reset. It can't reset without waiting, and you can't function without reset. The equation is simple. Wait now. Reset tonight, function tomorrow, or skip the wait, skip the reset. Struggle tomorrow. Your body knows which choice makes sense. Listen to it. Trust it. Let the waiting begin. Let the reset happen. Your body has been waiting for this all day. Don't make it wait any longer. Your mind is demanding answers right now. It wants to know what to do about the problem at work. It wants to understand why the relationship feels wrong. It wants clarity about the decision you've been avoiding. It wants all of this figured out tonight, before sleep, before rest. As if clarity is something you can force through exhaustion. But clarity doesn't come from demand. Clarity comes from space, from rest, from giving your mind room to see what it can't see when it's tired and pushing and desperate for immediate answers. Nothing important needs immediate clarity. Not tonight. Not at this hour. Not when you're this tired. The problems that feel so urgent, so demanding of immediate understanding, they'll still be problems in the morning. But in the morning, your mind will be different. Fresher, more capable of the kind of thinking that actually produces clarity. Right now, all you can produce is anxiety. Think about the last time you tried to solve a problem late at night. How did that go? Did your exhausted mind suddenly break through to brilliant insight? Did clarity arrive because you demanded it? Or did you just spin? Circle around the same thoughts, get more frustrated, more confused, more convinced the problem was unsolvable. Late-night thinking doesn't produce clarity. It produces exhaustion disguised as thinking. The brain needs specific conditions to achieve clarity. It needs to be rested. It needs resources. It needs the neurochemicals that facilitate insight and understanding. All of those things are depleted right now. Your brain has been working all day, using its energy stores, burning through neurotransmitters, accumulating the metabolic waste we talked about earlier. Asking this tired brain for clarity is like asking a runner at mile 25 of a marathon to sprint. The body doesn't have what that requires. The brain doesn't have what clarity requires. Not right now. Clarity often comes when you're not trying, when you're in the shower, on a walk, doing something unrelated. The mind working in the background, making connections you can't force, seeing patterns you can't demand. This process requires the brain to be in a particular state, a relaxed state, a state of diffuse attention rather than a focused effort. Sleep provides this perfectly. During sleep, particularly during REM sleep, your brain processes the day's information, makes unexpected connections, consolidates memories, reorganizes understanding. People wake up with solutions they couldn't find the night before, not because they tried harder in their sleep, but because their brain was finally free to work without interference, without the conscious mind demanding immediate answers. The clarity came because they stopped pushing for it. You're trying to force what can only arrive through allowing. You're demanding what can only come through space. You're pushing for insight when insight requires you to stop pushing. The harder you try to achieve clarity tonight, the further away it gets. The more you demand understanding now, the more confused you become. This is not how clarity works. Clarity is not a product of effort. Clarity is a product of the right conditions. And the right conditions include rest, include sleep, include not thinking about the problem for several hours, include trusting that your brain knows how to work on things even when you're not conscious. The work problem doesn't need solving tonight. It needs solving well, and solving it well requires a rested mind, a clear head, the ability to see options you can't see through the fog of exhaustion. Morning will bring that. Not because morning is magic, but because morning brings rest, reset, the restoration of the mental resources you need for actual problem solving. The relationship confusion doesn't need understanding tonight. It needs the kind of understanding that comes from perspective, from seeing patterns over time, from being calm enough to feel what you actually feel rather than just spinning in anxiety about what you should feel. You can't achieve that kind of understanding by lying here demanding it. You achieve it by letting your mind rest, by trusting that clarity about relationships comes from living in them while rested, not from analyzing them while exhausted. The decision you're trying to make, it doesn't have to be made right now, even if it feels urgent, even if your mind is insisting you need to know what to do. Decisions made from exhaustion are often poor decisions. Decisions made from clarity are usually better. And you can't access clarity in your current state. You can only access spinning, worry, anxiety dressed up as thinking. Let the decision wait. Let it sit in the space of not knowing through the night. And in the morning, with rest behind you. See what becomes clear. See what your rested mind can see that your tired mind cannot. Nothing important is served by demanding clarity now. Nothing is improved by refusing to let questions wait. Nothing is solved by lying awake, forcing your exhausted brain to work beyond its capacity. All you're doing is exhausting yourself further, making tomorrow harder, ensuring that when clarity actually could arrive, you'll be too tired to receive it. The important things in your life deserve your best thinking, your clearest judgment, your wisest consideration. They don't deserve late-night exhaustion thinking. They don't deserve the confused, anxious, depleted version of your mind. They deserve what morning brings, what rest provides, what sleep makes possible. So let them wait for that. Let the questions sit unanswered tonight. Let the problems remain unsolved. Let the confusion persist through the dark hours. None of it is an emergency. None of it requires immediate clarity. All of it will benefit from patience, from rest, from giving your mind the conditions it actually needs to see clearly. Tomorrow morning, you'll wake up. Your brain will have cleaned itself, reset itself, restored the resources that make thinking possible. And then, maybe then, clarity will come. Not because you demanded it, but because you finally gave it space. Not because you pushed harder, but because you stopped pushing. Not because you refused to wait, but because you trusted that waiting is where clarity lives. So stop trying to figure everything out tonight. Stop demanding answers your exhausted mind cannot provide. Stop pushing for clarity that can only come through rest. Let it all wait. Let the questions remain questions. Let the problems remain problems. Let confusion be confusion. Just for tonight. Just while you sleep. And trust that nothing truly important needs immediate clarity. Important things need good clarity. Right clarity. The kind that comes when you're actually capable of seeing clearly. And that time is not now. That time is tomorrow, after rest, after reset, after sleep. So sleep now. Let clarity wait. It knows how. It's been waiting all along for you to stop demanding and start allowing. Start resting. Start trusting that the answers you need will come when you're actually ready to receive them. Not now, but soon, after sleep. You're afraid that if you stop thinking about it, you'll forget. If you let it go for the night, it will disappear. If you don't keep holding it in your conscious mind, you'll lose it entirely. So you grip, you rehearse, you repeat. You keep cycling through the same thoughts to make sure they stay. But that's not how memory works. That's not how your mind works. Waiting does not mean forgetting. Letting go for the night does not erase what matters. Your mind is far more capable than you're giving it credit for. Think about everything you remember without trying. Your address, your phone number, your name, the faces of people you love, how to drive a car, how to read. Thousands of facts and skills and memories stored perfectly well without constant rehearsal, without lying awake repeating them. Your brain knows how to hold what's important. It doesn't need your conscious attention to keep things from disappearing. In fact, conscious attention can interfere with memory formation. When you're tired, when you're stressed, when you're anxiously repeating something over and over, you're not strengthening the memory. You're just exhausting yourself. Real memory consolidation happens during sleep, during the waiting time. when you stop consciously trying to remember and let your brain do its actual work of organizing and storing information. The thing you're worried about forgetting, the task you need to remember, the idea you don't want to lose. It's safer in your sleeping mind than in your anxious, conscious grip. Your brain will file it properly during sleep, will integrate it with related information, will store it in a way that makes it accessible when you actually need it. But it can't do this work while you're consciously interfering, while you're repeating and rehearsing and worrying about forgetting. If it's truly important, write it down. Take 30 seconds. Put it on paper or in your phone. Then let it go. Let your mind release its grip. The paper will remember so you don't have to. The note will hold it so your conscious mind can rest. This is not cheating. This is not a failure of memory. This is using external tools for what they're meant for. Holding information so your brain can do what brains are meant for. Processing, understanding, resting. But what if you can't write it down? What if it's not that kind of thing? What if it's a feeling you're trying to hold? An understanding you're afraid of losing? A clarity that came today that you're terrified will be gone tomorrow? Even then, waiting does not mean forgetting. Even feelings and understandings don't disappear just because you sleep. If the insight was real, if the understanding was true, it will still be there in the morning. Maybe not in the exact same words, maybe not with the same intensity, but the core of it, the truth of it, that doesn't evaporate overnight. Your mind knows the difference between important insights and passing thoughts. It knows what to keep and what to release. And it makes these decisions better during sleep than during anxious late-night gripping. The understanding you gain today, if it matters, your mind will integrate it, will connect it to what you already know, will make it part of your working understanding of the world. You don't have to hold it consciously to make that happen. You just have to let your mind work. And your mind works best when you're not interfering. Think about the times you've forgotten something important, really forgotten it, lost it completely. How often has that happened because you slept? Probably never. You've forgotten things because you were distracted when they happened, because you didn't pay attention in the first place, because you were trying to remember too many things at once. But sleeping on something, letting it wait overnight, that doesn't cause forgetting. That causes integration, consolidation, better, deeper remembering. What you're calling forgetting is actually just letting go of the anxious grip, releasing the conscious hold. And yes, that feels like forgetting, because you're so used to holding, so used to gripping, so used to believing that if you're not actively thinking about something, it's not there. But your mind is vast. Most of what you know exists below conscious awareness. You're not forgetting when you stop consciously thinking. You're just moving information from the exhausting space of conscious attention to the vast, capable space of unconscious storage, where it's actually safer, better organized, more accessible when you need it. The people you love, you're not forgetting them when you sleep. They're still there in your mind, in your heart, in the deep structure of who you are. Sleep doesn't erase them. Waiting doesn't remove them. They exist in you, whether you're consciously thinking about them or not. The same is true for everything important. Your responsibilities don't disappear because you stop rehearsing them. Your problems don't vanish because you stop worrying about them. Your insights don't evaporate because you trust them to wait until morning. Everything real stays real. Everything true stays true. Waiting doesn't change that. Waiting just gives you distance, perspective, rest. So when you return to it in the morning, you can engage with it freshly, clearly, with full capacity instead of exhausted fragments. You're not forgetting by sleeping. You're preparing to remember better, to engage more fully, to bring your whole self instead of just your tired, anxious, late-night self. So let go now. Let the thoughts go. Let the tasks go. Let the insights go. Not into oblivion, not into forgetting, into waiting, into the capable hands of your unconscious mind, into the night where your brain will work on them more effectively than you can work on them consciously. Trust this process. You've been trusting it your whole life without knowing it. Every night you've slept, this has been happening. Your brain organizing, consolidating, storing what matters, releasing what doesn't. You wake up remembering what you need to remember, ready to engage with what you need to engage with. The waiting has never caused forgetting. The waiting has always enabled better remembering. So wait now. Let everything go. Let your mind release its anxious grip. Nothing will be lost. Nothing important will disappear. It will all be there in the morning, organized, integrated, ready, and you'll be there too, rested, clear, actually capable of engaging with it, not just holding it in exhausted desperation, but meeting it with full capacity, full presence, full capability. Waiting does not mean forgetting. Waiting means trusting. Trusting your mind, trusting the process, trusting that what matters will remain, and it will. It always has. It always will. So let go. Wait. Sleep. Everything you need to remember will be there when you wake, waiting for you, just like you waited for it. Patient, present, ready. There's a voice in your head right now demanding justification, asking why you're allowed to rest. What gives you permission to wait? What excuse you have for not handling everything immediately, as if delay requires a defense, as if waiting needs a reason good enough to satisfy some imaginary judge. But here's what you need to understand tonight. You don't owe anyone an explanation for resting. You don't need permission to sleep. You don't have to justify the basic biological necessity of pausing. You are allowed to delay without explaining, without providing reasons, without defending your need for rest. Think about how exhausting it is. This constant internal trial where you're both the defendant and the prosecutor, where you have to build a case for why you deserve rest, gather evidence of how hard you've worked, prove you've earned the right to stop, present your exhaustion like credentials, make your case for sleep, and even then, even with all the evidence, the prosecutor in your mind finds holes, suggests you could do more, points out others who are doing more, questions whether you've really worked hard enough to deserve rest. The trial never ends. The verdict is always not quite enough, and you lie here exhausted from the work and exhausted from defending your need to stop working. But you're not on trial. There is no prosecutor. There is no judge who needs convincing. The whole courtroom is imaginary, built by anxiety, staffed by fear, operating under laws that don't exist, you are allowed to delay. Period. No explanation needed. No justification required. You're a human being with a human body that needs rest. That's the only reason you need. That's the complete explanation. I need to sleep because I'm human, and humans need sleep. That's the whole argument. That's the full defense. And it's unassailable. No one can argue with biological necessity. No one can demand you override your humanity. Well, they can demand. Your mind can demand. But you don't have to comply. You don't have to justify yourself to your own anxiety. In the external world, with real people, you also don't owe constant explanation. If someone asks you to do something tonight and you say, "I can't, I need to sleep," that's a complete sentence. You don't have to elaborate, don't have to prove your tiredness, don't have to convince them you deserve rest. "I need to sleep" is a full answer. If they push, if they demand to know why you're sleeping instead of helping them, that's their problem, not yours. Their lack of respect for your boundaries is not your responsibility to fix with better explanations. Some people have been trained to believe they need to justify everything. Every no requires a paragraph of explanation. Every boundary requires a detailed defense. Every choice to prioritize yourself requires proof that you've considered everyone else first. This training usually starts young. Adults who demanded explanations, who made you defend your needs, who taught you that no wasn't enough, that wanting rest wasn't sufficient reason to rest, that you had to earn everything, including the right to stop. But you're not a child anymore. You're not under the authority of adults who can demand justification. You're an adult yourself, now, and adults get to make decisions without explaining themselves to death. Adults get to say, "I'm going to sleep now," and then sleep, without a dissertation on why, without a defense of the decision, without preemptively addressing every possible objection. The people in your life who love you, who respect you, they don't need explanations for basic self-care. They don't demand you justify rest. They might ask, "Are you okay?" out of concern. But they don't require you to prove you've earned sleep. They understand that humans sleep, that rest isn't something you have to qualify for, that taking care of yourself is not a privilege you access through perfect behavior. And the people who do demand explanations, who make you defend every boundary, who act offended when you prioritize rest, those people are showing you something important about themselves, about their own relationship with rest, with boundaries, with self-care. People who respect their own needs don't demand you justify yours. People who allow themselves to rest don't require you to earn it. People who have healthy boundaries don't push against yours. The demand for explanation comes from their discomfort, not from any legitimate need to understand your choices. You don't owe them an explanation. You don't owe them anything beyond basic courtesy. "I need to sleep. I'll talk to you tomorrow." That's enough. That's complete. That's all the explanation a reasonable person requires. And if they're not being reasonable, that's their work to do, not yours. But the hardest part isn't the external people. The hardest part is the internal voice, the one that demands you justify yourself to yourself, the one that cross-examines your decision to rest, questions whether you really need sleep or you're just being lazy, suggests that stronger people would keep going, reminds you of everything left undone, makes you defend your humanity to your own mind. That voice doesn't deserve the power you've been giving it. It doesn't deserve hours of your attention, hours of your energy spent building cases for basic needs. That voice is not wisdom. It's not motivation. It's not the part of you that knows what's best. It's just anxiety, fear, the internalized expectations of a world that profits from your exhaustion. That voice is not your friend, not your guide, not your authority. You don't have to answer to it. Don't have to convince it. Don't have to explain yourself to your own anxiety. You can just decide, I'm sleeping now, and then sleep, without the internal trial, without the defense, without the endless loop of justification. You're allowed to delay without explaining, to yourself, to others, to the imaginary judges and critics and authorities that exist only in thought. You're allowed to simply say, not tonight. I need rest. And let that be the end of it. No elaboration, no defense, no proof of worthiness. Just a simple statement of a simple truth. I'm human. I'm tired. I'm sleeping. This might feel uncomfortable at first. Years of explaining yourself don't disappear overnight. The habit of justification runs deep. The trained response to say yes and then build elaborate explanations for why you can't actually do what you just agreed to do. But you can start tonight. Start small. Just notice when you start explaining, when you start defending, when you start building the case for rest. And then stop. Just stop mid-sentence. I'm going to sleep now. Good night. That's enough. That's complete. That's all you need to say. To others, to yourself, to the voice demanding justification. You don't need a reason beyond, I'm choosing to rest. You don't need permission beyond your own decision. You don't need justification beyond your own humanity. You are allowed to delay, without explaining, without defending, without proving, without earning. You're allowed. Right now, tonight, always. Sleep is not a privilege. Rest is not a reward. Delay is not something you qualify for through perfect performance. These are human rights, basic needs, non-negotiable requirements for a functioning body and mind, and you have them. Not because you've earned them, but because you're human, and that's the only explanation you need, the only justification that matters. I'm human. I need rest. I'm sleeping now. Good night. You think everything is urgent because you see the deadline, the due date, the moment when something has to happen, and you think there's no space between now and then, no room for rest, no buffer for delay. But you're wrong. Life has buffers built in, everywhere, in almost everything. Space between the moment you think something must happen and when it actually must happen. Night is the biggest buffer of all, the most fundamental, the most universal. Between every today and every tomorrow, there are hours. Hours when the world collectively agrees to pause. Hours when systems slow down. Hours when expectations release. This isn't accident. This isn't inefficiency. This is design. Life designed with buffers because continuous operation without pause is impossible. Even machines need buffers. Computers have cache memory, buffers that hold data temporarily while other processes complete. Without these buffers, Without this temporary waiting space, computers would crash. They'd try to process everything simultaneously and fail. They need the buffer, the space between receiving information and acting on it. Humans need this even more. Your body has buffers. Your stomach can hold food before digesting it. Your bladder can hold waste before releasing it. Your lungs can hold air briefly between breaths. Your blood can store oxygen. Your liver can store glucose. All of these are buffers, temporary holding spaces, built into your biology because immediate processing of everything is impossible. The buffer space is not failure. It's function. It's how the system works. It's how you work. Your work has buffers too, even if you don't see them. That deadline that feels absolute. There's usually flexibility. Extensions are possible. Adjustments can be made. The world doesn't actually end if something is a day late. We've built buffer into almost every system specifically because we know things go wrong. Traffic happens. People get sick. Computers crash. Life interferes. The buffer accounts for this, makes room for humanity, for imperfection, for delay. Even when the deadline is real, truly fixed, immovable, there's buffer before it. The project due Friday doesn't need to be finished Tuesday night. Wednesday exists. Thursday exists. These are buffer days. Space built into the timeline, not for procrastination, for pacing, for handling the unexpected, for rest, for being human. The space is intentional, part of the design. Relationships have buffers. That conversation you need to have doesn't have to happen tonight. Tomorrow works. Next week works. The relationship has been existing for months or years. One more night won't damage it. The buffer between now and when you talk is space for both people to be ready, to be rested, to be clear. That buffer serves the relationship, makes the conversation better when it happens. Your body builds in buffer time for healing. When you cut your finger, it doesn't have to heal immediately. Days pass, weeks pass. The body works slowly, uses the buffer time to do the complex work of repair. If healing were instant, it would require massive energy all at once. The buffer spreads the work over time, makes healing possible without depleting you entirely. The slowness is wisdom. The delay is design. Even urgent situations have buffers. Emergency rooms have triage. They assess who needs immediate care and who can wait. The waiting isn't neglect. It's the buffer that makes it possible to help everyone. Without that buffer, without some people waiting while others are treated, the system collapses. Everyone gets worse care. The buffer, even in emergency, is necessary, is built in, is part of how urgent care works. Night is the universal buffer, built into every day. Hours when the expectation is different, when the pace slows, when you're not supposed to be at full capacity, when rest is not only allowed, but expected. This buffer isn't taking time from your productivity. This buffer is what makes productivity possible. The reset time, the restoration time, the space between days where you're not supposed to be continuing yesterday or starting tomorrow, just existing in the buffer, the between space, where nothing is due and nothing is starting. Just the pause. You've been ignoring the buffers, living as if every moment is deadline, every hour is urgent, Every task is immediate. You've been trying to eliminate the buffer space, to be always in action, always responding, always producing. But you can't eliminate the buffers. They're built in. They're necessary. When you ignore them, you don't become more efficient. You become less functional. You wear down, you deplete, you crash. The buffers exist for a reason. They're not slack. They're structure. Tonight is buffer time. The space between today and tomorrow. The hours when nothing is supposed to be happening. When the world has collectively agreed to pause, to reset, to use the buffer for its intended purpose. Rest, restoration, reset. You don't need to fill this time. Don't need to use it for productivity. Don't need to treat the buffer like wasted space that should be optimized. The buffer is already optimized. For rest, for being human, for pausing before the next cycle begins. Systems with good buffers are resilient. They can handle variation, unexpected problems, delays, without collapsing. Systems without buffers are fragile. One problem cascades, one delay breaks everything. One unexpected event causes total failure. You've been trying to live without buffers, to be that fragile system, always at capacity, always maxed out, always one problem away from collapse. But you don't have to live this way. The buffers exist. They're there, built into life, built into day and night, built into the structure of time itself. Use them, not with guilt, not as stolen time, but as intended time, buffer time, the space that makes everything else possible. Night is your buffer. Use it for buffering, for the pause, for the reset, for being the space between doing. Don't try to fill it with more doing. Don't treat it like time you're losing. It's time you're using for its intended purpose. Buffering, pausing, being the space that makes tomorrow possible. The buffer is not empty time. It's full time, full of rest, full of restoration, full of the nothing that makes something possible. So rest in the buffer tonight. Let it be what it is, the space between, the pause built in, the night that exists, so tomorrow can exist. The biggest buffer life gives you, every single day. Don't waste it on worry, on planning, on trying to eliminate the very space that keeps you functional. Use it. Rest in it. Be held by it. The buffer is working. Even when you're not. Especially when you're not. That's what buffers are for. That decision you're trying to make right now, the one you've been turning over and over in your exhausted mind, the one that feels so urgent, so important, so impossible to make. Stop trying to make it tonight, because here's what you need to know. Most decisions improve after rest. Not slightly, dramatically. The decision you make tomorrow morning will be better than the decision you make right now. Not because tomorrow brings new information, but because tomorrow brings a rested brain. Think about the last time you made an important decision while tired. How did it turn out? Was it your best thinking, your wisest choice, your most balanced judgment? Probably not. Probably you've learned through painful experience that exhausted decisions tend to be poor decisions. Decisions you later regret. Decisions you have to undo. Decisions you wish you'd waited to make. Your brain makes decisions using multiple systems: logic, emotion, pattern recognition, memory, prediction. All of these systems need resources to function well. neurotransmitters, glucose, oxygen, properly functioning neural networks. When you're exhausted, when you've been awake too long, when you're running on empty, these resources are depleted. Your decision-making systems are trying to work with insufficient fuel, like asking a car to run without gas. It can't. Not well, not at all. Exhausted brains make predictable mistakes. They catastrophize. They see worst-case scenarios as likely outcomes. They miss obvious solutions. They get stuck in rigid thinking. They rely too heavily on emotion. They can't see nuance, can't hold complexity, can't consider multiple perspectives at once. All of this makes for terrible decisions. Decisions made from fear, from confusion, from inability to see clearly. But rested brains work differently. They can hold multiple options simultaneously, can weigh pros and cons without being overwhelmed, can access past experiences and integrate them with current situations, can imagine future consequences accurately, can balance emotion with logic, can see nuance, can handle complexity, can make decisions that actually serve you. This isn't motivation. This isn't trying harder. This is having the neurological resources decision-making requires. Studies prove this. People make worse decisions when sleep-deprived. They take more risks. They miss obvious problems. They're overconfident in poor choices. They're unable to adjust strategies when strategies aren't working. The tired brain is a bad decision maker, not because of weakness, because of biology. Think about the decision right now. You're tired. You know you're tired. Your body's been telling you for hours. Yet you're trying to make a decision anyway, trying to force your depleted brain to choose wisely, to see clearly, to judge accurately. But it can't. Not right now. The decision you're about to make is being made with compromised equipment, malfunctioning tools, insufficient resources. Whatever you decide right now will be the decision of a tired brain. And tired brains make tired decisions. Decisions you'll question in the morning. Decisions that won't feel as clear, as certain, as right, because they weren't made with full capacity. They were made with fumes. So don't make the decision tonight. Don't force it. Don't convince yourself it's so urgent it can't wait 8 hours. Unless it's truly an emergency. Unless someone will die if you don't decide right now. It can wait. It should wait. Waiting improves it. Not passively, actively. While you sleep, your brain works on the decision, unconsciously, beneath awareness. It processes the options, integrates information, makes connections you can't make consciously. Does the background work that good decisions require? People call this sleeping on it, as if it's passive, as if nothing happens during the night. But something does happen. Your brain works, without your interference, without your conscious mind forcing it toward premature conclusions. It considers, weighs, balances, prepares. And in the morning, often, you wake up knowing, not because you figured it out, because your brain figured it out while you slept. The answer arrives, clear, obvious, sometimes even surprising. I'll do this. And you're certain. You know it's right. That certainty, that clarity, that wasn't available last night. Couldn't have been. Your exhausted conscious mind was blocking it, interfering, making it impossible for the deeper wisdom to emerge. But sleep removed the interference. Let the unconscious work. Let the deeper systems process. And now the decision is clear. Not forced, not strained, just clear. Even if you don't wake up with immediate clarity, even if the answer isn't obvious right away, you'll still make a better decision after rest, because you'll have access to your full cognitive capacity, your full emotional intelligence, your full ability to reason and feel and integrate and choose. The decision won't be made from depletion, from anxiety, from the distorted thinking. Exhaustion creates. It'll be made from wholeness, from actual capacity, from your real brain, not your exhausted brain. So let the decision wait, whatever it is, however urgent it feels. Let it sit in the night. Let your mind release it. Let sleep work on it the way sleep works on everything. Processing, integrating, preparing, making space for wisdom to emerge. You're not avoiding the decision by sleeping. You're improving the decision by sleeping. You're giving yourself the best possible chance to choose well, to see clearly, to decide wisely. And you deserve that. Your life deserves that. The situation deserves your best thinking, not your exhausted thinking. The decision will still be there in the morning. The options will still exist. The situation will still require choosing. But you'll be different, rested, restored, actually capable of the kind of thinking good decisions require. And the decision you make then will be better, not might be better, will be better. Because rested brains make better decisions. This is fact. This is neuroscience. This is how brains work. So sleep now. Let the decision wait. Let your brain work on it in the darkness, in the silence, in the rest. And trust that morning will bring clarity. Not because morning is magic, but because morning brings rest. And rest improves everything, especially decisions. The most important decisions you'll ever make deserve your rested mind. Give them that gift. Sleep first. Decide later. When you're actually capable of deciding well. When your brain has what it needs. When wisdom is actually accessible. Not now. Not in exhaustion. But tomorrow? After rest. After your brain has done its nighttime work. Then decide. Then the decision will be what it should be. Good, clear, right. Your mind right now is full of noise, thoughts overlapping, worries competing, questions colliding with answers colliding with more questions, a constant static of mental activity, so loud you can barely hear anything, barely distinguish one thought from another. Everything urgent. Everything demanding attention, everything shouting. The noise makes it impossible to think clearly, to feel accurately, to know what's actually important versus what's just loud. Waiting reduces noise, not gradually, dramatically. The simple act of stopping, of not responding, of letting things sit, it turns down the volume. Thins the static, creates space between thoughts where silence can exist, where clarity can emerge. Think about what creates the noise. It's mostly reaction, response, engagement. You think about a problem and immediately try to solve it. Someone sends a message and immediately you feel you must respond. A worry appears and immediately you engage with it. This constant immediate engagement is what creates the noise. Every thought spawns 10 more thoughts. Every worry breeds 10 more worries. Every question demands 10 more questions. The engagement multiplies. The noise compounds. Until your mind is nothing but noise. No signal. Just static. Loud. Overwhelming. Exhausting. But what happens when you stop engaging? When you let a thought arise and don't immediately chase it? When a worry appears and you don't immediately try to solve it? When a question comes and you don't immediately demand an answer? The thought sits there, alone, without the 10 thoughts you would usually attach to it. The worry exists, without the spiral you would usually create around it. The question waits, without the anxiety you would usually generate trying to answer it. And slowly, gradually, some of these thoughts just fade. They weren't as important as they seemed. They were just loud, demanding, urgent feeling, but not actually urgent, not actually important, not actually deserving of your energy. When you don't engage, when you let them wait, they reveal themselves as noise, as static, as mental activity that doesn't actually need action. Only the truly important things remain. The rest fades. This is what waiting does. It's a filter, a test. The things that matter survive the waiting. They stay important, stay relevant, stay necessary. But the things that only felt important because they were loud, those don't survive waiting. Those quiet down, fade out, disappear, leaving space, silence, room to hear what actually matters, what actually needs attention, what actually deserves your energy. Your mind is not supposed to be this full of noise, this overwhelmed with static. Human brains evolved to handle much simpler environments, much quieter mental landscapes. The modern world has multiplied the noise exponentially, information constantly incoming, demands constantly arriving, notifications constantly interrupting. Your brain is drowning in noise it was never designed to handle, and the only way to survive this is waiting, deliberate waiting, intentional non-response, choosing not to engage with every thought, every message, every demand, every worry, choosing instead to let things sit, to see what survives, to let the noise fade so the signal can emerge. Night is natural noise reduction. The world quiets, literally and metaphorically. Fewer messages arrive, fewer demands appear, fewer people need you, fewer systems require engagement. The external noise reduces, and if you let it, if you don't fill the silence with internal noise, the internal noise can reduce too. But you have to let it, have to stop engaging, stop responding, stop trying to think about everything and solve everything and understand everything. Stop feeding the noise. Stop creating new static to replace the old static. Stop the constant mental motion that keeps the volume at maximum. Just stop. Just wait. Just let the noise exist without adding to it, without engaging with it, without trying to quiet it through more thinking. The trying to quiet it is itself noise. The solving the noise is more noise. The analyzing, why there's noise, is additional noise. You can't think your way out of mental noise. You can only wait your way out. Let the thoughts arise. Let them sit. Let them fade, or stay based on their actual importance, not their volume. This feels uncomfortable at first. You're used to the noise, used to the constant engagement, used to responding immediately to every mental event. The silence that waiting creates feels strange, empty, wrong somehow. Your mind rushes to fill it, generates new thoughts to replace the old ones, creates new noise to avoid the discomfort of quiet. But if you can tolerate the discomfort, if you can sit with the silence, something shifts. The noise genuinely reduces, not all at once, gradually, thought by thought, worry by worry. The volume turns down, the static thins, and underneath all the noise you've been generating and engaging with and amplifying, there's something else. Quiet. Not empty quiet. Full quiet. The quiet of actually being present. Actually here. Actually existing without the constant mental motion. This quiet is where clarity lives, where peace lives, where your actual thoughts and feelings and wisdom can be heard. But you can't access it through the noise. You can only access it through waiting, through letting the noise exist without engaging, through creating space for silence. So wait tonight. Don't engage with the thoughts. Don't respond to the worries. Don't try to solve the problems or answer the questions. Just let them all sit there, in the darkness, in the silence, like leaves floating on water, present but not demanding, existing but not requiring action. Let the noise be noise, without fighting it, without feeding it, without trying to think your way through it or under it or around it. Just wait. Just rest. Just let the volume turn down naturally, the way it does when you stop amplifying it. Tomorrow morning, you'll wake to a quieter mind. Not because you solved all the thoughts, but because you stopped engaging with all the noise. The truly important things will still be there. Clear, distinct, actually worth your attention. The noise will have faded, revealed itself as noise, left you with signal, with clarity, with a mental silence that makes good thinking possible. But tonight, you don't have to do anything. Don't have to make anything quiet. Don't have to solve anything or understand anything or fix anything. Just wait. Let waiting do the work. Let non-response reduce the noise. Let silence emerge naturally, from not doing, from not engaging, from simply waiting, still, quiet, at peace. Feel the weight of everything right now, all the things pressing on you, all the things demanding your attention, all the things that feel so heavy, so urgent, so impossible to set down. Notice how much of that weight is not the things themselves, but the feeling that they must be handled immediately, right now, tonight, before you can rest. The immediacy is what makes them heavy, not their actual importance, not their actual difficulty, but the sense that they cannot wait, that they must be resolved now, that you must carry them across the finish line tonight, or disaster will follow. Take away the immediacy. Just imagine it, just for a moment. Imagine these same exact problems, these same exact concerns, but without the pressure of now. They exist. They still need attention, but not tonight, not immediately, eventually, soon, but not right this second. Feel what happens. The weight shifts, the pressure eases, the heaviness lightens. Not because the problems changed, not because they became less real or less important, but because the immediacy released, because the now released its grip. Everything feels lighter when it is not immediate. This is not wishful thinking. This is observable fact. The same task feels manageable with a week to complete it, and overwhelming with an hour to complete it. The same conversation feels approachable when you can have it tomorrow, and terrifying when you think you must have it tonight. The same decision feels clear with time to consider, and impossible when you demand immediate resolution. The content hasn't changed. The task is the same task. The conversation is the same conversation. The decision is the same decision. What changed is the timeline, the sense of when it must happen. And that change in timeline changes everything about how it feels. Why does immediacy make things heavy? Because immediacy requires resources you don't have right now, energy you've already spent, clarity you've already exhausted, capacity you've already depleted. When something must happen immediately, you have to do it with whatever you have left. And what you have left right now is not much. You're tired, foggy, running on empty. So every task feels impossible. Every problem feels unsolvable. Every choice feels overwhelming. Not because of what they are, but because of what you're trying to do them with. Exhausted resources. But remove the immediacy. Allow these things to wait until tomorrow. Until you're rested. Until you have resources again. And suddenly the same tasks feel manageable. The same problems feel solvable. The same choices feel clear. Because you're imagining doing them with full capacity. With energy. With clarity. With actual resources. The heaviness wasn't in the things. The heaviness was in trying to do them immediately with nothing left to do them with. Think about a backpack full of rocks. If you have to run with it right now, it feels unbearably heavy. Every rock feels like a boulder. The weight is crushing. Impossible. You can't imagine carrying it another step. But if you can set it down for the night, if you can rest, if you can pick it up again tomorrow when you're fresh, the same backpack feels lighter. The same rocks feel manageable. They didn't change weight. You changed capacity, and capacity changes everything. Your problems right now are that backpack. The immediacy is the demand that you run with it. The sense that you cannot set it down, cannot rest, cannot wait until you have the strength to carry it properly. You're trying to run with it on empty, and it feels impossible, because it is impossible, not the carrying, but the carrying right now with nothing left. That's what's impossible. The immediacy is what makes it impossible. So remove the immediacy, not permanently, not forever, just for tonight. Let these things exist without the demand that they be handled immediately. Let them be problems that need solving. Eventually, let them be tasks that need completing. Soon, let them be decisions that need making. When you're ready, when you're rested, when you have what it takes to handle them well. Not now, not immediately, not with fumes. This is not avoidance. This is not denial. This is not pretending the things don't exist. They exist. You acknowledge them. You know they need attention. You're not forgetting them or abandoning them. You're just removing the false urgency. The artificial immediacy, the sense that everything must happen now, because that sense is usually wrong. Usually these things don't actually require immediate action. They require eventual action, good action, wise action, which requires rest, which requires capacity, which requires not now. Your mind creates false immediacy constantly. It makes everything feel urgent, everything feel like it cannot wait. This is anxiety, not reality. Anxiety doesn't know the difference between important and immediate. Anxiety thinks everything is both. Everything matters, and everything must happen now. But importance and immediacy are different things. Something can be very important and not at all immediate. Something can require careful attention eventually, and no attention right now. Separating these, distinguishing what's actually immediate from what just feels immediate. This is how you reduce the weight, how you make the burden bearable. Most of what you're carrying right now is not actually immediate. The work deadline is days away, not hours. The difficult conversation can happen this week, not tonight. The decision can be made when you're clear, not when you're confused. The immediacy you feel is false, generated by anxiety, not required by reality. And when you recognize this, when you see that most things don't actually need to happen now, the weight lifts dramatically, not because you're avoiding, but because you're accurate, because you're seeing clearly, because you're distinguishing between anxiety's demands and reality's actual requirements. And reality requires much less immediacy than anxiety claims. So tonight, practice removing false immediacy. Look at each thing weighing on you. Ask, does this actually require my attention right now, Rigit? This moment, will something break if I wait until morning? Usually, the answer is no. Usually, it can wait. And when you acknowledge that, when you give yourself permission to wait, the thing gets lighter, not smaller, not less important, just lighter. Because the weight was never the thing itself. The weight was the immediacy, the now, now, now. The sense that you must carry it across some invisible finish line before you can rest. But you don't. You can set it down. Let it wait. Let it exist without your immediate attention. And in the morning, when you pick it back up, it will feel lighter, because you'll have capacity, because you'll have resources, because you'll be trying to carry it with strength instead of with fumes. Everything feels lighter when it is not immediate. So remove the immediacy, just for tonight, just while you sleep. Let everything wait, without urgency, without pressure, without the crushing weight of now. Let it all be eventually, soon, later, when you're ready, and feel the lightness that comes. Feel the pressure release. Feel the weight lift. Not because anything changed about the world, but because everything changed about the timeline. About when. About the difference between now and soon. And that difference, that small shift from immediate to eventual, that's the difference between crushed and capable, between impossible and manageable, between overwhelming and okay. Remove the immediacy. Feel the lightness. Rest. You've been treating sleep like surrender, like giving up your post, like abandoning your responsibilities to the darkness, as if falling asleep means losing control, losing awareness, losing your ability to protect and manage and keep everything together. But sleep is not surrender. Sleep is the safest place to let things wait, the most protected time, the most secure space. Nothing can get to you in sleep. Nothing can demand. Nothing can require. Nothing can take. Sleep is fortress time, sanctuary time, the hours when you're finally unreachable. Think about what actually happens when you sleep. Your body locks the doors. Consciousness withdraws. The external world loses access to you. Phone calls don't reach you. Messages don't disturb you. Problems can't present themselves for solving. People can't ask for help. The whole apparatus of demand and responsibility and obligation, it all pauses. Not because you're shirking, but because you're unavailable. Properly unavailable. In the most legitimate way possible. No one can fault you for sleeping. No one can demand you wake up to handle their crisis. No one can claim you're being irresponsible by being unconscious. Sleep is socially protected time, universally recognized as necessary, fundamentally understood as off-limits. Even the most demanding people in your life understand that sleep is sacred, that waking you is only for genuine emergency, that your sleeping hours are not negotiable. Sleep gives you what nothing else gives you: permission to be completely unavailable without guilt. And in that unavailability, in that protected unconsciousness, things wait, not dangerously, not precariously, but safely, held in the structure of time, suspended in the hours between evening and morning, existing without your attention, managing themselves or not managing themselves according to their own nature, not your vigilance. Your children, if you have them, they wait in sleep, their own sleep or their own lives. They don't need your conscious awareness to keep existing. They don't require your mental supervision to keep breathing. Your sleeping doesn't endanger them. Your unconsciousness doesn't abandon them. They're safe as they would be with you awake and worrying. Probably safer, because you'll be rested in the morning, actually capable of helping if help is needed. Your work waits safely too. The projects exist in their files. The deadlines exist on calendars. The tasks exist in their lists. None of them degrading because you're asleep. None of them worsening because you're unconscious. They wait, patiently, in exactly the state you left them, ready for you when you return. When consciousness returns, when you're actually capable of engaging with them properly. Your relationships wait. The conversation that needs having will still need having in the morning. The conflict that needs resolving will still need resolving after rest. The love that needs expressing will still need expressing when you wake. None of it expires overnight. None of it spoils in the darkness. Relationships are patient. They understand that humans sleep. That connection requires two conscious people. That meaningful engagement can't happen when one person is too exhausted to be present. Even your worries wait safely. This sounds strange, but it's true. The things you're worried about, they're not happening right now. They're potential futures, imagined problems, possible difficulties, and potential imagination, possibility. These things wait perfectly well. They don't actualize because you stopped worrying about them. They don't become more likely because you fell asleep. They wait in the realm of maybe, where they've always been, where they'll stay until reality decides whether they're real or not. Your vigilance doesn't prevent them. Your sleep doesn't cause them. They exist independently of your consciousness. In sleep, you're not losing control. You never had control. Not the kind you think you had. Not the kind where staying awake and alert prevents bad things from happening. That's not how control works. That's not how protection works. Real control comes from being capable, and capability requires rest. Real protection comes from having resources, and resources require sleep. You protect better by sleeping. You maintain control better by releasing it temporarily. Sleep is not a risk you're taking. Sleep is a risk you're avoiding. The risk of making decisions while impaired. The risk of responding to people while depleted. The risk of handling important situations with compromised capacity. Sleep protects you from these risks, ensures you have what you need when you actually need it. And while you sleep, while you're protected in unconsciousness, everything waits, not in danger, not in chaos, but in simple existence, being what it is, doing what it does, continuing or pausing according to its own nature, without requiring your awareness, without demanding your consciousness. You can let go into sleep without fear, can release your grip without losing anything real, can trust that sleep is not abandonment, but wisdom. Not surrender, but strength. Not loss of control, but the only way to maintain real control. Through rest, through restoration, through protected time, the fortress of sleep is waiting for you. The sanctuary is open. The safe place is ready. You can enter without guilt, without fear, without the sense that you're abandoning your post. You're not abandoning anything. You're protecting everything. By protecting yourself. By giving yourself the one thing that makes all your responsibilities possible. Rest. In the safest place. In sleep. Where everything waits. Not precariously. Not dangerously. But safely. Held by time. Held by the natural pause of night. Held by the universal understanding that humans sleep. And while they sleep, the world waits, patiently, safely, respectfully, for them to return, rested, restored, ready. So sleep now, enter the fortress, accept the protection, let everything wait in the safest place there is, in the hours of your unconsciousness, in the darkness of your rest, in the sanctuary of sleep, where nothing can reach you, where nothing can demand, where everything waits, safely, patiently, for you to wake, ready to engage again, but only after rest, only after sleep, only after this safest of all waiting places has done its work. Feel the fear, the one that keeps you vigilant, the one that whispers if you stop watching, everything will fall apart. If you stop managing, chaos will come. If you stop holding, collapse will follow. This fear has kept you awake too many nights, kept you alert too many hours, kept you gripping too tightly for too long. But the fear is lying. Nothing will collapse while you rest. Think about all the times you've slept before, thousands of nights, every single one of them. You released consciousness, stopped watching, stopped managing, stopped holding, and what collapsed? What fell apart? What chaos arrived because you were unconscious for 8 hours? Nothing. Nothing collapsed. Nothing ever collapses just because you sleep. Things collapse from actual structural problems, from real failures in systems, from genuine deficiencies in support. Not from one person sleeping for one night, not from you taking the rest you need, not from you being temporarily unconscious. Your family will not fall apart tonight. They're not held together by your consciousness. They're held together by love, by commitment, by their own strength, by bonds that don't require your awareness to exist. These bonds survived before you went to sleep last night. They'll survive tonight. They're stronger than your fear gives them credit for. Your work will not collapse. Organizations are designed to be bigger than individuals. Systems have redundancy. Projects have timelines with built-in buffer. The work exists in files and databases and shared drives, not in your mind. Your sleeping doesn't erase the work, doesn't undo the progress, doesn't damage the structure. The work waits exactly as you left it, ready for tomorrow, uncollapsed, intact. Your health will not collapse from one night of rest. In fact, your health improves from rest, strengthens from sleep, repairs during unconsciousness. If anything is in danger of collapse, it's your health from too little sleep, not from taking the sleep you need. Rest doesn't break your body. Rest fixes it. Your finances will not collapse tonight. Money sitting in accounts doesn't evaporate because you're asleep. Bills due tomorrow are still due tomorrow, whether you sleep or not. Markets close. Systems pause. Even financial systems rest overnight. Your sleeping during these hours doesn't create financial catastrophe. Your waking doesn't prevent it. Your responsibilities will not collapse into chaos. Responsibilities are agreements, tasks, commitments. They exist in time. They have their moments when action is needed. Right now is not that moment. Right now is sleep time. The responsibilities wait for their moment. They don't collapse from waiting. They exist in waiting. That's their natural state between actions. Even crises don't usually collapse from one night's delay. Real crises, genuine emergencies, those make themselves known. Alarms sound, phones ring, someone knocks on your door. The emergency announces itself, demands immediate response, and you respond. But the things you're worried about, the things keeping you awake, those aren't announcing themselves. Those are quiet, patient, waiting, because they're not emergencies. They're not collapse in progress. They're just concerns, worries, future-focused fears that don't require present-moment action. Collapse requires specific conditions: structural failure, loss of essential support, critical system breakdown. None of those conditions are created by you sleeping. None of those emergencies are prevented by you staying awake. The buildings around you don't collapse because you're sleeping. They stand or fall based on their structure, not your awareness. The same is true for everything in your life. It has structure, systems, support, all independent of your consciousness. Your sleep doesn't remove the structure, doesn't destroy the systems, doesn't eliminate the support. Everything stands on its own foundation, and that foundation doesn't require your wakefulness. You've been confusing your anxiety with actual danger, your fear of collapse with actual collapse. They're not the same thing. Feeling like everything will fall apart is not the same as everything actually falling apart. The feeling is intense, convincing. It generates physical sensations, racing heart, tight chest, that feel like warnings of actual danger. But they're not. They're just anxiety. Anxiety about things that aren't happening. Anxiety about collapse that isn't coming. The feeling is real. The danger is not. Nothing is on the verge of collapse right now. You're not the only force holding everything in place. You're not Atlas holding up the sky. You're a human being who needs sleep, and the world is designed to continue while humans sleep. It's been doing this for millennia. Successfully. Every night, billions of people sleep, and the world continues. Families stay together. Organizations keep functioning. Systems keep operating. Nothing collapses from this universal nightly pause. Nothing will collapse from yours either. Tonight is not different. You are not different. Your sleeping will not cause what billions of other people's sleeping doesn't cause. So let the fear speak its fear. Let it warn about collapse. Let it insist you must stay vigilant, and then ignore it. Not because you're reckless, but because you know better. You have evidence, years of evidence, thousands of nights of evidence. You've slept before. Nothing collapsed. You'll sleep tonight. Nothing will collapse. This is not hope. This is not faith. This is observable, repeatable, proven fact. Sleep does not cause collapse. Collapse comes from real structural problems. Problems that exist whether you're awake or asleep. Problems that your nighttime vigilance doesn't prevent. Problems that your daytime attention, rested attention, is much better equipped to handle. So, rest now. Let the fear of collapse fade. Let the worry about everything falling apart dissolve. Nothing is falling. Nothing is collapsing. Everything is simply existing, continuing, being what it is, doing what it does, without requiring your consciousness to hold it together. The structure is stronger than you fear, the systems more resilient, the people more capable, the world more stable. Nothing needs your wakefulness to prevent collapse. Everything needs your rest to function well. So sleep, trust the structure, trust the systems, trust the resilience, trust the evidence of every night you've ever slept, and nothing collapsed. Tonight will be the same. Sleep, rest, release. Nothing will collapse. Nothing will fall. Nothing will break. Everything will wait. Everything will hold. Everything will stand, just as it always has, just as it always will. Strong enough, stable enough, supported enough to survive your sleep. There's a moment playing in your mind, the right moment, the perfect time to act, to speak, to decide. And you're lying here terrified that this moment is now, that if you sleep, you'll miss it, that the right moment will pass while you're unconscious and you'll never get it back. But you're not missing the right moment, because the right moment is not a single instant. The right moment is a window, and that window is not closing tonight. Think about what makes a moment right. Not the clock, not the calendar, not some cosmic alignment of circumstances. What makes a moment right is readiness. Your readiness, your capacity to engage well, your ability to be present, clear, wise, responsive. The right moment is when you're actually capable of doing the thing well, not when anxiety demands you do it immediately. Right now, you're not capable. You're exhausted, foggy, running on empty. This is not the right moment for anything important. This is not when you should make decisions, have difficult conversations, take meaningful action. Your impaired state makes this the wrong moment. No matter how urgent it feels, the right moment requires you to be ready. And you're not ready. You're depleted. Tomorrow morning, after rest, that might be a right moment. When you're clear, when you're present, when you're actually capable of engaging wisely. The moment doesn't disappear because you sleep. It arrives after you sleep. Created by sleep, made possible by rest. The universe is not testing your reflexes. Life is not a game where the fastest response wins. The right moment is not about speed. It's about readiness, about having what's needed to engage well. And what's needed is rest, clarity, capacity, none of which you have right now, all of which sleep provides. Think about the conversations you regret, the ones you had at the wrong time, when you were angry, or tired, or hurt, or defensive. Were those the right moments? Or were those wrong moments? Moments when you engaged before you were ready, before you had what you needed to engage well. The timing was wrong because you were wrong. Not wrong morally, wrong in the sense of not ready. The right moment for that conversation was later, after cooling down, after resting, after gaining perspective, when you could speak from wisdom instead of reaction, from clarity instead of fog. The same is true now. Whatever you think needs doing tonight, the right moment for it is not now, not in this state, not with this level of depletion. The right moment is coming, after rest, after restoration, after you've given yourself what you need to engage properly. But what if the opportunity really is time-sensitive? What if waiting means losing the chance? Even then, even with genuine deadlines, the right moment is rarely the immediate moment. Deadlines have lead time. Windows have width. Even time-sensitive opportunities usually allow for one night of sleep. And if they don't, if they truly require immediate action, you'll know. The situation will make itself unavoidably clear. Someone will wake you. The emergency will announce itself. But the things you're worried about, the moments you're afraid of missing, those aren't announcing themselves. Those are waiting patiently for you to be ready. You've been confusing urgency with rightness, thinking that because something feels urgent, the moment must be now. But urgency is a feeling, often an anxious feeling, not an accurate assessment of timing. Things feel urgent when you're anxious. Everything feels like it must happen now. But that's anxiety distorting your sense of time, not reality telling you the moment is right. The right moment feels different from urgent. The right moment feels aligned, clear, like pieces fitting together, like you're ready and the situation is ready and the timing is ready. Everything aligned, not forced, not pushed, not demanded by anxiety, but aligned naturally. And that alignment requires rest, requires readiness, requires you to have what engagement requires. Some of the best moments of your life, the most right moments, they came when you weren't forcing, when you were rested and clear and present, when you could show up fully. Those moments felt right because you were right, ready, capable. The timing worked because you had what the timing needed, your full self, not your depleted self. Tonight is not the right moment for anything except sleep. That's the only thing you're ready for, the only thing you have capacity for, the only thing that fits this time. Sleep is the right action for this moment, not conversation, not decision-making, not problem-solving. Sleep. And in sleeping, you're not missing the right moment for those other things. You're creating it. You're making yourself ready for it. You're building the capacity those moments need. The right moment for everything else comes after the right moment for sleep. So let go of the fear that you're missing something. Let go of the anxiety about passing opportunities. Let go of the sense that this moment is the only moment. It's not. The right moments are coming. Plural. Multiple opportunities. Multiple chances. Multiple windows. And you'll be ready for them. After rest. After sleep. After you've given yourself what readiness requires. The right moment is not now. The right moment is tomorrow. When you're actually ready, when you can actually engage well, when you have what good engagement needs. Not now, not in depletion, but soon, after rest, after sleep, after this necessary pause that makes the right moment possible. So, sleep now, trust the timing, trust that the right moments don't pass while you rest. They wait. They form, they arrive when you're ready, and you'll be ready after sleep, after rest, after giving yourself this necessary time to become capable of meeting the moment well. The right moment is not something you catch, it's something you create, by being ready, by being rested, by being whole, and wholeness requires sleep. So sleep now. Let the moments wait. Let the timing form. Let tomorrow bring what tonight cannot. The right moment, when you're ready, when you're capable, when you're actually able to engage well. Not now, but soon. After sleep, after rest, after this necessary pause, the right moment is coming. Don't miss it by being too exhausted to meet it well. Sleep now. Be ready later. That's how you meet the right moments, not by staying awake, but by being rested when they arrive. You've been rushing, hurrying, moving as fast as you can because you believe the world is moving faster. That if you slow down, if you pause, if you rest, the world will leave you behind, will move on without you, will not wait. But the world is patient, more patient than you've been giving it credit for, patient enough for one night, patient enough for you to sleep. The world has been turning for billions of years, slowly, steadily, at its own pace, not rushing, not hurrying, just turning. One rotation per day, every day, the same speed, never faster, never slower. The world doesn't speed up because you're anxious, doesn't slow down because you're tired. It just turns at its own patient, steady, unchanging pace. And that pace includes night, includes rest, includes the hours when humans sleep. Think about the sun. It rises every morning, not because you're awake to see it, not because you're ready for it, just because that's what the sun does. It rises, on schedule, patient, reliable. It doesn't rush the dawn because you didn't sleep well, doesn't delay the morning because you're not prepared. It just comes. When it comes, patient, steady, giving you another day whether you're ready or not. The seasons change at their own pace. Spring doesn't hurry because you're impatient for warmth. Summer doesn't rush because you have vacation plans. Fall arrives when fall arrives. Winter comes when winter comes. The world's timing is independent of your rushing, independent of your anxiety, independent of your sense of urgency. The world moves at the speed the world moves, and that speed includes patience, includes waiting, includes space for humans to sleep. Your deadlines feel urgent. Your responsibilities feel pressing. Your tasks feel like they're piling up faster than you can handle them. But even these, even the things created by humans, they're more patient than you think. The deadline tomorrow is still tomorrow when you wake up. The responsibility doesn't multiply overnight. The tasks don't double because you slept. They wait in their patient, human-created timelines for you to be ready to engage with them. Even the fastest-moving parts of the world, the stock markets, the news cycles, the social media streams, even these pause. Markets close. News slows at night. Even the internet gets quieter during sleeping hours. The world collectively acknowledges that night is different, that the pace changes, that patience is built into the structure of a day. The people in your life are patient enough for one night. The ones who love you. They don't need you to respond to their messages immediately. Don't need you to solve their problems tonight. They can wait. They understand that you sleep. They have their own sleep to attend to. They're not sitting awake expecting immediate response. They're patient, willing to wait until morning, until you're rested and ready. Even the people who seem impatient, who seem demanding, who seem like they need everything now, they're not actually less patient than the world allows. They're just expressing their own anxiety, their own rushing, their own sense of urgency. But their urgency doesn't create actual urgency, doesn't change the fact that the world is patient enough for them to wait too, for everyone to wait, for rest to happen. Your work is patient enough, even with deadlines, even with demands, even with the pressure you feel, because work is done by humans, and humans need sleep. The whole structure of work is built around this understanding. Business hours exist because sleeping hours exist. Deadlines have dates, not minutes, because the system understands that daily rest happens. Work waits. Not happily, perhaps. Not without consequences if you wait too long. But for one night, work is patient enough for one night. The problems you're trying to solve are patient enough. They've been problems for days or weeks or months already. One more night doesn't change their fundamental nature, doesn't make them more problem, doesn't make them more urgent. They were problems yesterday, they're problems today. There'll be problems tomorrow, patient problems, waiting for solutions, but waiting at the speed problems wait, which is slow, which includes nights, which allows for sleep. Even crises are often more patient than they seem. Real crises, actual emergencies, those are rare. Most of what feels like crisis is just heightened anxiety, stress disguised as emergency, worry pretending to be urgency. And even real crises usually have more time than the initial panic suggests. Have space for deep breath, for clear thinking, for the patience that allows for wise response rather than panicked reaction. The world is not rushing you. You are rushing you. The world is turning at its steady pace. The sun is rising on its schedule. The seasons are changing in their time. All of it patient, all of it steady, all of it moving at a speed that includes rest, that allows for sleep, that makes space for humans to be human. You've been trying to match a pace that doesn't exist, trying to keep up with imaginary urgency, trying to rush at a speed the world isn't actually moving, and it's exhausting you, breaking you down, making you feel like you're always behind. But you're not behind. You're just moving at human speed. While imagining you need to move at anxiety speed, human speed is slower, includes pauses, requires rest, and the world is fine with human speed. The world is designed for human speed. The world is patient enough for human speed, including the speed at which humans sleep. So stop rushing tonight. Stop trying to keep up with urgency that isn't real. Stop matching a pace the world isn't setting. The world is not hurrying. The world is patient. Patient enough for you to rest. Patient enough for you to sleep. Patient enough for one night of not doing, of not rushing, of not trying to keep up. Tomorrow morning, the world will still be there, turning at its same patient speed, offering you another day, another chance to engage, another opportunity to participate, not punishing you for sleeping, not having moved on without you, just there. Patient, steady, waiting at the speed the world waits, which is slow enough for sleep, slow enough for rest, slow enough for you. So rest now. Let the world be patient. Let it turn without your conscious participation. Let it wait at its own pace while you wait at yours. The world is patient enough. It always has been. It always will be. Patient enough for billions of humans to sleep every night. Patient enough for you to sleep tonight. Patient enough for one night. For this night, for rest. The world will wait. Not grudgingly, not impatiently, just naturally, at its own steady pace. The pace that includes night, that includes sleep, that includes you, resting, finally, now. You've been reaching for tomorrow all evening, mentally stretching into it, planning for it, preparing for it, trying to grab it and pull it into now so you can handle it early, so you can be ready, so you can control it before it arrives. But tomorrow doesn't need reaching for. Tomorrow is coming, whether you reach or not, whether you prepare or not. Tomorrow comes to you, not you to tomorrow. You don't have to meet it halfway, don't have to prepare for its arrival, don't have to be ready before it gets here. Tomorrow arrives on schedule, every day, without fail. It comes to you while you sleep, approaches while you rest, arrives while you're unconscious. And when you wake, there it is. Tomorrow, now, today, present, here, ready to be engaged with. Think about how the day comes. You don't make it come. Don't summon it. Don't prepare the way for it. You sleep, unconscious, completely uninvolved in the day's arrival. And yet it comes. Morning happens. Light returns. The new day begins. Without your preparation, without your readiness, without your mental reaching forward to grasp it, the day comes to you. Always has. Always will. You've never had to go get it. Pull it forward. Prepare for its arrival. It just comes naturally, inevitably, on its own schedule. Tomorrow is the same. Right now, you're lying here trying to prepare for it, trying to think through what it will bring, trying to plan your responses, trying to get ready for situations that haven't happened yet. But tomorrow doesn't require this preparation. Tomorrow will bring what it brings, and when it arrives, you'll respond with whatever you have, whatever you are, whatever capacity you possess in that moment. You can't increase that capacity tonight by rehearsing tomorrow. Can't improve your responses by pre-planning them while exhausted. Can't make tomorrow easier by thinking about it harder right now. All you can do is deplete yourself. Make yourself less ready, less capable when tomorrow actually arrives. The best preparation for tomorrow is not thinking about tomorrow. The best preparation is rest, is sleep, is restoring the resources you'll actually use when tomorrow comes. When tomorrow is no longer tomorrow, but today. When the future becomes present and requires actual engagement, not imaginary rehearsal. You're trying to meet tomorrow before it arrives, trying to solve its problems in advance, trying to handle its challenges before they're here. But you can't meet what hasn't arrived yet, can't solve problems that don't exist yet, can't handle challenges that are still hypothetical. All you can do is imagine, worry, rehearse, none of which helps, all of which exhausts. Tomorrow will meet you. When it arrives, when it becomes today, when it's actually here and requires actual response. And you'll meet it better if you're rested, if you've slept, if you've let tonight be tonight instead of trying to make tonight into tomorrow. Preparation time. Tonight is not for tomorrow. Tonight is for rest, for sleep, for not tomorrow, for now. Think about all the tomorrows you've worried about, all the days you spent the previous night preparing for, rehearsing for, trying to control before they arrived. How many of those tomorrows actually unfolded the way you imagined? How many of the problems you prepared for actually occurred? How many of the scenarios you rehearsed actually played out? Probably few. Probably most of tomorrow was nothing like you thought it would be. Different problems, different situations, different challenges than you prepared for, making all that preparation useless, making all that pre-planning irrelevant, exhausting you for nothing. Tomorrow will be what tomorrow will be. You can't know it in advance, can't see it clearly from here, can't prepare accurately for what you can't predict. The only thing you can do is arrive at tomorrow rested, ready, with full capacity. And the only way to do that is to stop trying to reach tomorrow and let it come to you. This requires trust. Trust that you'll be able to handle tomorrow when it arrives. Trust that you don't need advance preparation. Trust that your rested self will be wiser, more capable, more responsive than your exhausted but prepared self could ever be. This trust is not blind. It's based on evidence. All the times tomorrow came and you handled it. All the days that arrived and you met them. All the unexpected situations you navigated without advance preparation. You've been doing this your whole life, meeting days as they come, handling situations as they arise, responding to what's actually happening rather than what you imagined would happen. You know how to do this. Your body knows. Your mind knows. You don't need tonight to teach yourself tomorrow. You need tonight to rest yourself so tomorrows you can respond naturally, wisely, from full capacity rather than exhausted preparation. So stop reaching forward. Stop stretching into tomorrow. Stop trying to grab it and pull it into now. Let tomorrow stay tomorrow. Let it come to you in its own time, in the morning, when you wake, when it's actually here. Let your mind return to now, to this moment, this breath, this darkness, this bed, this present, actual, real. Now that's not tomorrow and not yesterday, just now, where you are, where you can rest. Tomorrow doesn't need you reaching for it. Tomorrow needs you resting so you can meet it well, so you can engage it properly, so you can respond to what it actually brings rather than what you imagined it would bring. Rest is the best preparation. Sleep is the wisest planning. Letting go is the most effective control. You don't control tomorrow by thinking about it tonight. You meet tomorrow capable by resting tonight, by sleeping tonight, by letting tomorrow come to you. In the morning, when morning comes, when tomorrow arrives and becomes today, then you'll meet it. Then you'll engage it. Then you'll handle what needs handling. Not now, not in preparation, not in advance, but then, when it's actually here, when it's actually time, when you're actually rested and ready and present, that's when tomorrow happens. That's when you respond. That's when life actually occurs. Not in the nighttime rehearsal, but in the morning meeting. So, let tomorrow come. Don't go to it. Don't reach for it. Don't try to meet it before it arrives. Just rest. Just sleep. Just wait. And tomorrow will come to you on schedule in the morning. When you wake, bringing whatever it brings, and you'll be there, rested, ready, able to meet it, able to handle it, able to engage with what actually is, rather than what you thought it might be. Tomorrow is coming. Let it come. Don't go to it. Just wait. Just rest. Just sleep. And when you wake, there it will be. Tomorrow. Now today, here, present, ready for you. Just as you'll be ready for it. After sleep, after rest, after letting it come to you. You're disappearing for a few hours, going offline, becoming unavailable, and part of you is panicking. Like this is permanent. Like once you let go, you'll never come back. Like your absence from action is somehow forever. But it's not. It's temporary. Just tonight. Just these hours. Just the normal, natural, expected pause that every human takes every day. You're not leaving. You're just sleeping. Your absence from action is not abandonment. It's not quitting. It's not giving up. It's not permanent withdrawal. It's temporary, necessary, biological pause, the kind every living thing takes, the kind that makes continued action possible. Think about your breath. Right now you're breathing out, exhaling, your lungs emptying. In this moment, you're absent from the action of breathing in. But that absence is temporary, seconds long. You'll breathe in again, soon, automatically. The absence from inhaling doesn't mean you've stopped breathing. It means you're in the natural pause between breaths, the pause that makes breathing possible. Sleep is the same. An exhale, a pause, a temporary absence from the action of living awake. But just like the exhale leads to inhale, sleep leads to waking. The absence is temporary, built into the cycle, part of the natural rhythm, not an ending. A pause. Your work will not forget you exist. Your family will not erase you from their lives. Your responsibilities will not find someone else. Your place in the world will not be filled by someone new while you sleep 8 hours. The world doesn't work that fast, doesn't replace people that quickly. Your absence for one night doesn't create permanent absence, doesn't open a space for someone else to take your role. You're just pausing, resting, sleeping. Still you, still here, still part of everything you're part of. Tomorrow morning, you'll return to work, to family, to responsibilities, to action, you'll return rested, restored, more capable than you are right now. The absence will have served its purpose, will have done what absence does, created space for restoration, for renewal, for the reset that makes continued action possible. You've been treating sleep like leaving, like going away, like departing from your life. But sleep is not departure. Sleep is staying. Staying alive, staying functional, staying capable, by giving yourself what staying requires. Rest. Pause. Temporary absence from doing so you can continue doing later. Better. With more capacity. Think about the actors who take breaks between scenes. They don't leave the play. They're not abandoning the performance. They're in the wings, resting, preparing, so they can return and perform well. The absence from stage is temporary, necessary, part of how good performance works. You're the same, stepping off stage for the night, into the wings, resting, so you can return tomorrow and perform well, live well, engage well. Your relationships understand this. The people who love you know you sleep, know you become temporarily unavailable, know you pause. They don't interpret your sleep as leaving them, as abandoning them. They understand temporary absence. They practice it themselves. They're sleeping too, or will be soon. Everyone understands that humans pause, that absence from action is part of being human, not permanent, not problematic, just part of the cycle. Even your own mind understands this. Beneath the anxiety, deep in your biology, in the ancient parts of your brain that govern sleep, there's understanding that this absence is temporary, that you'll wake, that sleep is not death, not ending, not permanent absence. Just pause. Just the nightly cycle you've completed thousands of times, always returning, always waking, always coming back to action. The anxiety makes it feel permanent, makes it feel like letting go is losing everything, like closing your eyes is closing your life, like absent from action means absent forever. But that's just fear talking, not truth, not reality, not what actually happens. What actually happens is this. You sleep, hours pass, your body rests, your brain restores, morning comes, you wake, you return to action, to engagement, to your life. The absence was temporary as it always is, as temporary as it always will be. Your absence is measured in hours, single-digit hours, not days, not weeks, not forever. Just the nighttime hours, the sleeping hours, the same hours you've been absent before, thousands of times, always returning, always waking, always coming back. You're not leaving your life by sleeping. You're maintaining your life, keeping it going, ensuring you can continue. The absence serves continuation, makes it possible, protects it. You step away so you can stay. You pause so you can continue. You rest so you can act. The temporary absence creates the possibility of sustained presence. Without the pause, without the rest, you'd burn out, deplete, collapse. The absence would become permanent. Not because you slept, because you didn't sleep, didn't rest, didn't give yourself the temporary absence that prevents permanent absence. So this absence is not loss. It's preservation, not departure. It's maintenance, not leaving. It's staying in the only way staying is possible, through cycles, through rhythm, through temporary absence that serves permanent presence. You'll come back. You always come back. You've never not come back. Every morning of your life, you've returned from sleep, returned to action, returned to engagement. The absence was temporary. The return was certain. Tomorrow will be the same. So let yourself be absent tonight. From action, from engagement, from the constant doing. Let yourself pause, rest, sleep, knowing it's temporary, knowing you'll return, knowing the absence serves the presence, makes it possible, protects it, maintains it. Your absence from action is temporary, just tonight, just these hours, just this necessary pause. You're not leaving, you're resting, you're not abandoning, you're restoring, you're not ending, you're pausing so you can continue. Sleep now, be absent from action, temporarily, naturally, necessarily, and tomorrow, return, as you always return, as you always will return. The absence temporary, the return certain, the cycle continuing, as it always has, as it always will. Rest now, return later. It's that simple. It always has been. Feel the tension in your body, the tightness in your shoulders, the clenching in your jaw, the holding in your stomach. This tension is not random. It's not without purpose. Your body is bracing, preparing, holding itself ready for what? For the things that are due, for the deadlines, for the demands, for the requirements that are coming. The body knows how to hold tension when things are due. It's a survival mechanism, ancient, automatic. When something requires your response, your body prepares you to respond, creates the physical readiness action requires. Tension is preparation, alertness, the body saying, something needs doing, I'm ready to do it. But right now, nothing is due. Not actually, not tonight. The deadlines are tomorrow or next week or next month. The demands can wait until morning. The requirements exist, but not in this moment, not in these hours. Nothing is actually due right now. Yet your body is still tense, still bracing, still holding itself ready, because your mind is telling it, things are due. Your thoughts are creating false urgency. Your anxiety is generating imaginary deadlines. And your body, faithful servant that it is, responds, creates tension, prepares for action, stays alert and ready. But your body can't tell the difference between real due and imagined due, can't distinguish between actual deadline and anxiety-generated urgency. Your body responds to your mind's signal. If your mind says something is due, your body believes it, prepares for it, tenses for it. So right now, your body is tense because your mind keeps saying things are due, keeps insisting deadlines are now, keeps generating the signal that action is required immediately. And your body keeps responding, keeps tensing, keeps preparing, exhausting itself, preparing for action that's not actually required right now. This is why you can't relax, why you can't let go, why tension persists no matter how much you try to release it. Because your mind keeps sending the signal, keeps telling your body that things are due, and your body keeps responding, faithful, automatic, unable to ignore the signal. But you can change the signal. You can tell your body the truth. Nothing is due right now, not in this moment, not tonight, not during these hours. The deadlines exist, but they're not now. The demands exist, but they're not immediate. The requirements exist, but they're not current. Nothing is due. Right now, in this moment, as you lie here, nothing requires your immediate response. Nothing is late. Nothing is overdue. Nothing is coming due in the next 8 hours. Nothing is actually, presently, currently due. Say this to your body, not with words, with understanding, with truth, with the clear recognition that nothing is actually requiring your response right now. Let your body hear this, receive this, understand this. Nothing is due. Feel what happens when your body believes this, when it accepts that nothing is due. The tension doesn't need to release all at once. It releases gradually, slowly, muscle by muscle, fiber by fiber. The shoulders soften slightly. The jaw unclenches a bit. The stomach loosens. Not completely, not immediately, but gradually, as the signal changes, as the message shifts from things are due to nothing is due right now. Your body has been waiting for this message, waiting for permission to stop preparing, stop bracing, stop holding itself ready for action that's not coming tonight. Your body wants to rest, wants to release, wants to let go, but it needs to know it's safe to let go, needs to know nothing is due, nothing requires readiness, nothing demands preparation. When your body knows this, truly knows this, it relaxes, naturally, automatically, without effort. Think about how your body feels on vacation, when you're truly away, when work can't reach you, when deadlines don't exist, when nothing is due for days. Your body relaxes, deeply, completely. Tension melts away, shoulders drop, jaw loosens, stomach softens, because your body knows nothing is due. The signal is clear. The message is unambiguous. Nothing requires your response. Nothing demands your readiness. Your body can fully, completely rest. You can create this same signal tonight, not by going on vacation, but by telling your body the truth about now, about this moment, about these hours. Nothing is due. Nothing is late. Nothing is overdue. Nothing requires immediate response. Everything that feels due, it's due later, tomorrow, next week, eventually, but not now, not in these hours, not while you're sleeping. The dueness exists in time, but this time, right now, is not that time. This time is rest time, not due time. Rest time. Let your body understand this distinction. Let it feel the difference between things are due eventually and things are due now. Eventually is not now. Tomorrow is not tonight. Later is not present. The distinction matters. The distinction allows rest. When nothing is due right now, the body can release, can let go, can stop preparing and start resting. The tension that serves action becomes unnecessary, unhelpful even. Because action is not required, rest is required, and rest requires release, requires the body to stop preparing and start recovering. So tell your body now, clearly, firmly, truthfully, nothing is due, nothing is late, nothing is overdue, nothing requires your response tonight. The deadlines exist, but they're not here. The demands exist, but they're not now. The requirements exist, but they're not immediate. Nothing is due. Right now, in this moment, in these hours, nothing. The word is important. Nothing. Not just not much. Not just probably nothing, but nothing, absolutely nothing, is due right now. Feel your body receiving this message. Feel the tension questioning whether it's still needed. Feel the holding asking if it can release. Feel the bracing wondering if it's safe to let go. And answer yes. Yes, it's safe. Yes, you can release. Yes, the holding is no longer needed. Nothing is due. Nothing is coming. Nothing requires readiness. These hours are protected. These hours are safe. These hours are for rest, not for action, not for response, not for readiness, for rest. Your body knows how to rest. It's done it before, thousands of times. It knows how to release tension, how to let go of holding, how to stop preparing and start recovering. It just needs the signal, needs the message, needs to know it's safe, that nothing is due. And now you've given that message. Now your body knows. Now the signal is clear. Nothing is due. Nothing requires tension. Nothing demands readiness. These hours belong to rest, to release, to letting go, completely, safely. Finally, nothing is due. Nothing. Rest now. You've been skimming the surface of rest for years, lying down but not sleeping deeply, closing your eyes but not releasing fully, resting your body but not resting your mind. You've been having shallow rest, surface rest, the kind that keeps you functional but never truly restores you, never takes you to the depths where real recovery happens. And the reason you can't go deeper, the reason you stay on the surface, is urgency. The feeling that something is urgent, that something needs immediate attention, that you can't fully let go because something might need you. Urgency is the anchor that keeps you from sinking into deep rest. It holds you at the surface, keeps you partially alert, partially engaged, partially awake, even when you're trying to sleep. Your mind keeps a thread connected to consciousness, a lifeline back to awareness, just in case something urgent happens, just in case you're needed immediately, just in case the emergency comes. Deep rest begins when nothing is urgent, when the thread can be cut, when the lifeline can be released, when you can fully, completely, totally let go without keeping any part of yourself alert and ready. Think about the deepest sleep you've ever had, the kind where you wake up not knowing where you are, not knowing what time it is, not remembering your dreams or even that you slept, the kind where hours passed like minutes, where you were so completely gone that coming back feels like resurrection. That was deep rest. That was your consciousness fully releasing, fully surrendering, fully letting go. And what made that possible? What allowed you to go that deep? Nothing was urgent. In that moment, in those circumstances, your mind genuinely believed nothing required your immediate attention. Nothing needed you urgently. Maybe you were on vacation. Maybe you were sick and your body demanded deep rest. Maybe you were so exhausted that your system overrode your anxiety. Whatever the circumstance, urgency was absent. And in the absence of urgency, deep rest became possible. Tonight, you need to create that same absence, not through circumstances, through choice, through understanding, through the deliberate recognition that nothing is actually urgent right now. Your mind is generating urgency, creating the feeling of now, 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 making everything seem like it requires immediate attention. But that's just your mind doing what anxious minds do. creating false urgency, generating imaginary emergencies, making the non-urgent feel urgent. Real urgency announces itself clearly, unmistakably. If your house were on fire, you'd know. If someone were in danger, you'd know. If an actual emergency were happening, you'd know. Real urgency is loud, clear, undeniable. What you're feeling isn't real urgency. It's the feeling of urgency, the sensation of urgency, the anxiety-generated simulation of urgency. And your body can't tell the difference. Your mind can't tell the difference. They respond to the feeling as if it were real. So the feeling keeps you shallow, keeps you at the surface, keeps you partially alert, ready to respond to the urgent thing, the emergency, the crisis. That isn't actually happening. That isn't actually here. That isn't actually urgent. Deep rest requires you to see through the false urgency, to recognize it as feeling, not fact, to understand that the now in your mind is not reality speaking. It's anxiety speaking. And anxiety doesn't know the difference between important and urgent, between eventually and immediately, between later and now. Nothing is urgent right now. Nothing. Look around. Listen. Feel. Is anything actually on fire? Is anyone actually in danger? Is any actual emergency actually happening? No. The room is quiet. The house is safe. The people you love are okay. The world is continuing at its normal pace. Nothing is urgent. Nothing requires immediate response. Nothing demands now. The urgency you feel exists only in thought, only in the anxious mind's interpretation of what might happen, what could go wrong, what needs attention. But might and could and needs are not now. They're future, they're possibility. They're not urgent, they're not immediate, they're not actually happening. Let this truth sink deeper than thought, deeper than feeling, into the part of you that can tell the difference between real danger and imagined danger, between actual emergency and simulated emergency. That deep part knows nothing is urgent, nothing right now. Feel what happens when this truth reaches the deep part, when your system genuinely recognizes that nothing is urgent. The thread starts to dissolve, the lifeline starts to release, the anchor starts to lift. You don't need to stay near the surface anymore. Don't need to keep yourself partially aware. Don't need to maintain readiness for the urgent thing, because there is no urgent thing. There's just your body, your bed, your breath, and the safe, quiet, normal night. Deep rest is not something you achieve. It's something you allow. It happens naturally when urgency is absent, when the false alarm is turned off, when your system understands it's safe to fully let go. You can't force yourself into deep rest. Can't make yourself go deeper through effort. Effort keeps you shallow. Trying keeps you alert. Forcing keeps you tense. Deep rest comes from the opposite, from not trying, from allowing, from release. And release requires the absence of urgency, requires knowing, deeply knowing, that nothing needs you right now. Nothing is urgent. Nothing demands immediate response. Nothing will be harmed by your complete and total letting go. This is the permission deep rest needs. This is the condition it requires, not the absence of problems, not the absence of concerns, not the absence of responsibilities, just the absence of urgency, the recognition that nothing needs immediate attention right now. Your problems can exist without being urgent. Your concerns can be real without being immediate. Your responsibilities can wait without consequence. Nothing has to be resolved tonight for you to rest deeply tonight. Deep rest and unsolved problems can coexist. Deep rest and ongoing concerns can coexist. Deep rest and waiting responsibilities can coexist. What cannot coexist is deep rest and urgency. Urgency keeps you shallow. Urgency prevents depth. Urgency blocks the full release that deep rest requires. So let urgency go. Not the problems, not the concerns, not the responsibilities, just the urgency, just the now, 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 just the feeling that something needs immediate attention. Let that go. Recognize it as false, as feeling, as anxiety's creation, not reality's demand. Nothing is urgent right now. Nothing. And in the absence of urgency, in the space where urgency used to be, deep rest can begin, can unfold, can take you down, below the surface, below the shallow water of half-rest, into the depths where time disappears, where consciousness fully releases, where you're not monitoring or checking or staying partially aware, where you're just gone, deeply, completely, peacefully gone, into the rest that actually restores, the rest that actually heals, the rest that actually renews. This is what your body needs. This is what your mind needs. This is what deep rest is. And it begins now, when nothing is urgent, when the false alarm is silenced, when you finally, fully let go. Nothing is urgent, nothing right now, nothing tonight. Let that truth take you down, into depth, into darkness, into the deep rest that's been waiting, waiting for urgency to end, waiting for permission, waiting for you to finally let go, completely, deeply, now. You're holding on so tightly because you're afraid of disappearance, afraid that if you let go, if you stop thinking about something, if you release your grip, it will vanish, disappear, be gone when you return. But things don't disappear because you stop thinking about them. Things don't vanish because you sleep. Everything will still be there later. Not might be, will be. This is not hope. This is how reality works. Think about the physical objects around you. Your phone, your keys, your wallet, the things you set down when you came to bed. They're still there, right where you left them. They didn't disappear when you stopped looking at them, didn't vanish when you stopped thinking about them. They continued existing, being objects, being where they are, whether you were aware of them or not. Your problems are the same. They're not held in existence by your attention. They don't disappear when you stop worrying about them. They continue being problems, being situations that need attention, being circumstances that require eventual action. But they don't need your constant mental grip to stay in existence. They exist independently, in their own right, waiting for you to return to them with fresh eyes and rested mind. The conversation you need to have, it will still need having in the morning. The decision you need to make will still need making. The task you need to complete will still need completing. None of these things evaporate overnight. None of them cease to exist because you stopped thinking about them for 8 hours. They wait, patiently, in the same state you left them, ready for your return. Your responsibilities don't disappear either. The people depending on you will still be there. The commitments you made will still be valid. The obligations you carry will still be yours. Sleep doesn't cancel responsibilities, doesn't erase commitments, doesn't void obligations. They remain exactly as they were, exactly as they are, waiting for morning when you can engage with them properly. Even your worries will still be there. The things you're anxious about, the concerns keeping you awake, they'll still be concerns in the morning. You won't forget them by sleeping, won't lose them by letting go. They'll be right where you left them, in your mind, ready to be picked up again if needed. But here's what's different. You'll be different, rested, restored, more capable of handling what's there, more able to engage with what remains, more equipped to deal with what hasn't disappeared. The problems will still be problems, but you'll be better at problem solving. The decisions will still be decisions, but you'll be clearer in your decision making. The tasks will still be tasks, but you'll be more energetic in your task completing. Everything will still be there, but you'll be better. And better you plus same problems equals better outcomes, better results, better chance of actually handling things well instead of just worrying about them poorly. This is why letting go is not loss. This is why release is not risk. Because nothing actually disappears. Nothing is actually lost. Everything remains. You're just giving yourself space, distance, time to restore the capacity to engage with what remains. Think about the times you've worried about forgetting. Worried that if you don't keep thinking about something, it will slip away. How often has that actually happened? How often have you genuinely forgotten something important because you slept rarely? Probably never. Because important things don't disappear from memory. Your brain knows what matters, knows what to retain, knows what to bring back to your attention when attention is appropriate. You've been acting like your conscious grip is what keeps things existing. Like your constant attention is what prevents things from vanishing. But that's not how anything works. Not how memory works. Not how reality works. Not how problems or responsibilities or concerns work. They exist independently of your attention. They persist regardless of your focus. They remain whether you're thinking about them or not. Your attention doesn't create them. Your inattention doesn't destroy them. They just are, waiting for appropriate engagement, which is not now, which is later, after rest. So let them be there later. Let them wait in later. Let them exist in the future while you exist in the present. In this moment, that's not about them. That's about rest, about sleep, about letting go without fear of loss. You're not losing anything by sleeping, not forgetting anything essential, not letting anything disappear. You're just pausing your engagement, taking a break from dealing with what's there, giving yourself space before returning to what will still be there. Everything will still be there later. The good things too, not just the problems. The people you love will still love you. The joys in your life will still be joyful. The things you're grateful for will still deserve gratitude. Sleep doesn't erase the good any more than it erases the difficult. Everything remains, good and bad, easy and hard, pleasant and challenging, all still there, all waiting, all ready for your return. This is the reliability of existence. Things don't blink out because you blink out. Reality doesn't pause because you pause. The world continues. Your life continues. Your circumstances continue, all independent of your consciousness, all existing in their own right. And because of this independence, because of this reliability, you can safely let go, can safely stop gripping, can safely release your hold. Nothing you're holding will fall if you let go, because you're not actually holding it. It's holding itself, existing on its own, being what it is whether you're aware of it or not. This might feel uncomfortable at first. You're used to feeling like your attention is what keeps things existing, like your worry is what prevents disappearance, like your constant mental grip is necessary for things to remain. But it's not. It never was. Things have always existed independently. Your grip was always unnecessary. Your attention was always optional. Things existed before you knew about them. They'll exist after you stop thinking about them. They exist now, whether you're thinking about them or not. So release the grip tonight. Let things exist without your attention. Let them be there, waiting, while you rest. Trust that they're stable enough to remain, reliable enough to persist, independent enough to exist without your conscious awareness. Everything will still be there later. Every single thing. Nothing lost. Nothing disappeared. Nothing vanished because you stopped holding it in your mind. Just there, waiting, in the same state you left it, ready for your rested return. And you'll return. In the morning, after sleep, after rest, and everything will be there, just as it is now, just as it was before, unchanged by your sleeping, unaffected by your letting go. Everything will still be there later. So sleep now, let later be later. Let there be there. Let everything wait. While you rest, while you sleep, while you let go, completely, safely, knowing everything will still be there. Later, when you return, when you wake, when you're ready, everything, still there, waiting. This is it, the last truth, the final permission, the complete release. For this night, everything can wait, not might wait, not should wait, can wait, is able to wait, is allowed to wait, will wait. Everything, not most things, not the small things, not just the things that don't matter. Everything, the important things, the urgent feeling things, the things you think can't possibly wait. All of it, every single thing on your mind, every worry, every task, every decision, every responsibility, every concern, every problem, every question, every plan, everything can wait. For this night, for these hours, for the time it takes you to sleep deeply and wake naturally. Everything has the capacity to wait that long. Everything has permission to wait that long. No decisions need making tonight. None. Not the big decision about your career. Not the small decision about tomorrow's schedule. Not the medium decision about the conversation you've been avoiding. No decisions. No choosing. No picking between options. No weighing pros and cons. No deciding anything at all. Decisions can wait. They're patient. They don't spoil overnight. They'll be there in the morning. Same options. Same considerations. But you'll be rested. Actually capable of deciding well. No processing needs happening tonight. You don't need to process your feelings right now. Don't need to work through your emotions. Don't need to understand what everything means. Don't need to make sense of the day or the week or your life. Processing can wait. Understanding can wait. Making sense can wait. Your feelings will still be there in the morning. Your emotions will still be accessible. The experiences will still be available for processing. But processing them while exhausted serves nothing, helps nothing, changes nothing except making you more tired. No responding needs doing tonight. No messages need answers. No emails need replies. No calls need returning. No texts need responses. No requests need addressing. No demands need acknowledging. Responding can wait. Every single response. Professional responses. Personal responses. Urgent-seeming responses. All of them can wait. The messages will still be there. The requests will still be pending. The demands will still be demanding. But you don't have to respond now. Don't have to engage now. Don't have to answer now. No fixing needs attempting tonight. Nothing needs repairing. Nothing needs solving. Nothing needs correcting. Nothing needs improving. Nothing needs changing. The things that are broken will still be broken in the morning. The things that need fixing will still need fixing. But fixing them now, with an exhausted mind and depleted resources, won't actually fix them. Will probably make them worse. Will create new problems while failing to solve old ones. Fixing can wait until you're actually capable of fixing. Until you have what fixing requires: clear mind, full energy, actual capacity. No planning needs completing tonight. You don't need to plan tomorrow. Don't need to organize next week. Don't need to prepare for next month. Don't need to figure out the future. Don't need to map the path. Don't need to know the steps. Planning can wait. The future will still be the future in the morning, still approachable, still available for planning. But planning while tired creates bad plans, incomplete plans, plans that miss important elements, plans that add stress instead of reducing it. Wait to plan. Plan when rested. Plan when planning actually works. No worrying needs continuing tonight. This might seem impossible. You might think worry is not optional, that once worry starts, it must continue until the thing being worried about is resolved. But worry is optional. Worry is a choice. An unconscious choice usually, but a choice nonetheless. And tonight, you can choose differently. You can choose to let the worry wait, to let the concerns exist without worrying about them, to let the fears be fears without feeding them. Worry can wait. It's patient. It'll be there in the morning if you need it. But you might find, after rest, that some of what you're worrying about doesn't need worrying about. That rested perspective sees it differently. That restored mind recognizes it as less threatening than exhausted mind believed. For this night, everything can wait. This is not irresponsibility. This is not avoidance. This is not denial. This is wisdom. This is recognition of what night is for, what sleep is for, what rest is for. Night is not for doing. Night is for being. Sleep is not for accomplishing. Sleep is for restoring. Rest is not for solving. Rest is for recovering. And recovery requires everything to wait, requires nothing to be done, requires you to simply be. without deciding or processing or responding or fixing or planning or worrying. Just being, just breathing, just existing, just resting, while everything waits in the darkness, in the silence, in the patient space that night provides. Everything waiting together. Your worries and your joys, your problems and your blessings, your responsibilities and your freedoms, all waiting, all paused, all suspended in the hours between today and tomorrow, between doing and doing again, between engagement and engagement again, the space where nothing is required except rest, where everything is allowed to wait, where you're allowed to wait with them, not doing anything with them, not about them, not for them, just waiting, just resting, just being. So let everything wait now. Give yourself this night, these hours, this space, where nothing needs doing, nothing needs thinking, nothing needs holding. Everything can simply be, while you simply are, resting, sleeping, letting go, completely, finally, now. For this night, everything can wait. The darkness knows how to hold it. The silence knows how to keep it. The hours know how to preserve it. Everything waiting in the night, safely, patiently, quietly, while you sleep, while you rest, while you finally let it all be, everything, waiting, together with you, in the gentle darkness, in the peaceful silence, in the deep rest that comes when everything waits. Just sleep now, and let everything wait with the night, until morning, until light, until you wake, rested, restored, ready, but not now. Now is for sleep, and everything can wait. And now you know the truth. Time was never chasing you. You were never behind. You never wasted a single moment, because time, as you feared it, as you fought it, as you measured yourself against it, was never real in the way you thought. Every moment of your life still exists somewhere in space-time. Your best years are still happening. Your younger self is still living them. Nothing is lost, nothing is gone, and nothing ever will be. You are ancient stardust temporarily gathered into the shape of a person. You are timeless consciousness, briefly experiencing time. You are safe. You always were. And tonight, you can finally rest. The pressure is gone. The deadline was imaginary. The race was something you invented. There's only this, only now, only the gentle darkness and the soft bed and the quiet truth that you are enough. You always were enough. You always will be enough. So close your eyes now. Let time dissolve. Let the past and future fade. Let yourself sink into the timeless now, where you are safe, where you are free, where you are finally home. Everything can wait. Everything is waiting. The world is patient. The night is long. The darkness is gentle. And you are allowed to rest, allowed to sleep, allowed to let go of every single thing you've been carrying. Not because you've earned it, not because you've done enough, but because you're human, and humans need sleep. That's the only reason you need, the only permission that matters. So sleep now, deep sleep, safe sleep, the kind of sleep where you disappear completely and wake up new. Let the darkness hold you. Let the silence soothe you. Let the night do what night has always done. Give you back to yourself, rested, restored, whole. Rest well, dear soul. You've been so tired for so long. But tonight, finally, everything can wait, and you can sleep deeply, peacefully, completely. The world will still be here in the morning, and so will you, rested, ready, renewed. But that's tomorrow's gift. Tonight's gift is this: permission to rest, permission to let go, permission to sleep. So take it, accept it, receive it. This gift of rest, this gift of night, this gift of finally being allowed to stop. Everything can wait, and you can sleep. Now, here, safe, good night.